April 5th Select Board Members Meeting. Unusual seating arrangement, but tonight we have a warrant review after the meeting. So we tend to do presentations and want people to be able to see both the desk and the board up here as well as what's on the screen. So I hope you will indulge us the unique seating. So at this time, I'd like to ask to start with Select Board Member Bennett leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Certainly. All rise. Hats off. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of March 12th, and then we'll do March 15th separately.
So moved.
Motion made. Do I have a second on
Second.
March 12th? And seconded to approve the minutes of March 12th. Are there any errors, omissions, or edits? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes of March 15th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any edits, errors, or omissions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. At this time, we will open the, as we do the meeting with new public business. That is, if you're here to present new public business to the board that is not already on the agenda. If you're on the agenda, you'll come in turn during the agenda. But if there's something new that you'd like to represent to the board, we welcome your participation. To remind people who aren't commonly here, we are being filmed by our local cable access television. There's cameras in the room, and we ask that you would speak from the podium and introduce yourself. I had been contacted before the meeting, and I'd like to welcome Natalie Bowers as our first speaker.
Select Board. Hello, Select Board and everyone here. My name is Natalie Bowers. I am the president of the North Shore NAACP branch. I am here because of the difficult events in the town over the last few years, particularly related to the school and police departments. I am here with hope for a collaborative path forward.
Natalie, could you hold on a second? Is that microphone turned on?
Yes, it is, but I think if you could just move it a little
Testing?
closer to yourself, Natalie, that would be helpful.
Testing? Good?
Yes,
Okay.
better. Thank you, Natalie.
Okay, sure. By now, you all know our branch has undertaken a months-long inquiry to understand what enabled serious, repeated patterns of behavior, including severe bullying and racially targeted abuse, to fester in Danvers. Having shared our report and recommendations with first the town manager and the police chief, Steve Bartha and Jamie Lovell, then the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee, and more recently the public, it is our hope that town leaders take our recommendations and see them as they are intended, as serious solutions to the problem at hand. In short, we ask for your support with these measures, which are preventative in nature, designed to ensure that the events that upset us all cannot happen again to our children or citizens. Our own branch has been engaged in 5 months of very civil meetings with the town manager, Steve Bartha, and the police chief, Jamie Lovell. And while these meetings have been civil and well-intended and even enjoyable, your hired leaders have ultimately communicated they each are not willing to use their authority to move forward with the full extent of our recommendations. It is in the authority of the town manager and the police chief to implement all 4 of our recommendations. They are, number 1, modifying hiring practices that are within the purview of the department, the police department. We are not suggesting you alter the state-mandated process. Specifically, we recommend overlaying your department's civil service process with additional psychometric testing that can identify and eliminate candidates who are in possession of deep bias. If we can avoid hiring people already in possession of extreme racial bias, this is half the battle. Number 2, the reassignment of Sergeant Stephen Baldessari away from his current role of community policing school outreach section commander to another post. We are not asking to fire him. This role is defined as supervisor of the Community Outreach School Resource Section, responsible for the direction, planning, organization, staffing, and control of all service functions assigned to him and her. We are not asking you to terminate him, only that you remove the immediate threat to the community of having someone who has publicly admitted he has no idea, his words, he has no idea that violently racist, homophobic, and bullying culture was thriving under his leadership. We ask that you move him away from work involving youth in the community. He has proven inadequate in detecting violent racism or any matters involving youth in the town. Unfortunately, this recommendation is essential, or none of the other recommendations will be effective. There is no avenue forward that can be trusted by the community, and especially the families who have experienced victimization, trauma, and being ignored, as long as Sergeant Stephen Baldessari remains the authority in this crucial role. Number 3, issuing a public statement from the police department acknowledging the impact these incidents have had on the community. The police department has been largely silent in publicly addressing matters of racial violence in the community in the last 2 years. Other than the investigation, the times they were visible on this matter was only as a signatory on general group statements issued by the town, denouncing racism, homophobia, and bullying. Because one of their own was visibly involved with the hockey incident, they should stand publicly against it. We cannot imagine why it is so difficult in 2022 for a public service entity to acknowledge and oppose racism, homophobia, and bullying. Lastly, we ask a commitment from the police department to not just attend trainings, but to actually champion and lead work that will change the culture within the police department and the community at large by internalizing the value of DEI work. This is important, and we know the work is not easy. We are asking for passive training time to be augmented by active, facilitated time in which officers directly and personally grapple with the role of race and difference in society. These common sense recommendations are both achievable and essential. They establish accountability and take steps to prevent future harm. We see extreme urgency for action to address this. This community, Danvers, has waited 2.5 years for accountability so that the process to restorative justice can begin. I want to acknowledge the pain that so many Danvers residents feel when we speak about these events. I know many people want to move on and think that they have heard enough about this. I personally am not here because we enjoy talking about the fact that students were bullied and hazed and subjected to racist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic attacks. I do not. I am here, and our branch will continue to advocate because we need to ensure that the underlying issues are resolved. I know that each and every one of you would be horrified at the idea of any child going to school fearful. Please join us in this effort to make every child feel safe. There is no need to delay in implementing each of the 4 recommendations. We have heard Mr. Steve Bartha say he is waiting for the new DEI director to do some of this work. While we are happy you have finally found someone for this role, this work right here today is not the responsibility of a DEI director. It's also way too urgent and dire to wait any longer for address. With our report, you have your direction to take from the community, the NAACP, and the ADL. There is no more exploration to do here. There is a clear answer here that is not being adopted. This is not very complicated. There are no more alternatives to hide behind. There are no more magic trainings to consume or identify, and we must stop treating matters of racism in Danvers together as one-off incidents that can be siloed, managed away, or forgotten about. This approach is certainly not working, and time keeps passing. We all, especially our elected leaders, must place both hands on this issue today and face it together and with urgency. Because in order to set your DEI director up for success, and I sincerely hope that they are, that person will require all of you to have your skin in this game in order for them to be effective in helping the community. We say practice that muscle now so you can be part of the solution when they arrive. If you cannot provide accountability and use your authority to provide this, you will stall future progress and more problems will be born here. Leaders, you must remember the purpose of DEI work is to protect and serve your community thoroughly, not prioritize above this most important charge, our collective learning curve and awakening to racist threat. Yes, the learning is important, especially in a majority white community, and we all must learn how not to be racist, and we all must embrace diversity, but this aim pales in contrast to the urgency we place before you today. We remain focused on the victims. Sometimes it is hard to know what we cannot see. We regret the need to share the horrifying testimony and images included in our report, but we know that it is necessary for the town to move forward to face these issues. We did not make these images public ourselves. They have been available on Twitter for the world to see for 2.5 years. People have seen them. A lot of people have seen them. We merely organized them in the hopes that when faced with the severity of these issues, community leaders such as yourselves would see the urgency for action. You as leaders have seen and heard enough to act. If you can be moved to hear and adopt these recommendations and prevent yourselves from taking a wholly defensive approach, perhaps resisting the temptation to even reply to our presence here today with a need to recite your own list of things you have done, this would be good. In addition to listening today, we ask that you hear these recommendations in the way that they are intended. We present to you this pure, good, hard work that successfully brings the community voice and the pain they have suffered to your table today. Here, our words. Our report offers real, effective solutions you can implement immediately, but most importantly, it's not complicated. All you have to do is exercise your authority. If you can demonstrate the ability to listen to our words today and the ability to utilize your authority here, and if you can find your way to adopt these recommendations, we will begin to achieve what you seek, what we all seek, which is healing and a path forward for the whole community. Danvers residents have come to us for support. We're not making this up. We now turn to this body for community leadership. Thank you. And thank you for letting us speak today. Lisa Silva is the ad hoc chair of the Danvers Committee, and she has some things to say also.
Thank you, Natalie. My name is Lisa Silva, and I'm a longtime Danvers resident. I'm also the chair of the NAACP Danvers Ad Hoc Committee with about 20 other Danvers residents. We have been meeting almost weekly for 5 months, and working with them is truly an honor. As a committee, we strongly agree with the NAACP's recommendations. We ask that you support our report and do the right thing. It's easy to assume that since so much time has passed since the story of the hockey team broke, perhaps some people have taken it to mean that the community has settled into accepting these events. If you have made that assumption, you are sorely mistaken. If you are in any way surprised or shocked that here on your doorstep tonight is the NAACP, or if our presence displeases you, or that you feel that an outside organization has no right to get involved in town business, if you have any of these thoughts here tonight as elected leaders, it is only because you yourself have not communicated directly with the traumatized and the marginalized. The truth is, they will no longer reach out to you because they do not trust you. You have been failing to act in their best interest for almost 2 years. People in Danvers right now are making plans to move away from a community that is not providing basic safety. They are planning to remove their kids from public schools because they do not feel safe. And there has even been talk of class action lawsuits towards the school to pay for the cost incurred of having to move their children to a school system where they can be made to feel safe and protected from unaddressed and recurring racial trauma. Our community has suffered the shock of watching its town leadership not properly address the very visible and terrifying evidence that a racist bullying culture permeated in the hockey team under the guidance of Police Sergeant Stephen Baldessari, who was not only their official coach, but whose role in the Danvers Police Department is responsible for managing all the school resource officers, a role that is managerial in nature to make decisions on how to address cases involving our youth. The recommendation to move the sergeant from his current role is not a punitive action. It is a critical piece of the restorative work you must do for us to move forward as a community. All the things you have worked to implement so far only offer a much-needed learning curve to potential offenders and those who don't understand the insidious truth of the racism that is thriving in Danvers. It provides absolutely no security to the marginalized, no essential justice for the victims of past acts. Sadly, to the victims and the marginalized, your actions of providing these training and not providing accountability tells them that you are prioritizing a learning curve over their basic safety. You are enlightening the perpetrators at the expense of the victim. Failure to provide accountability for these acts is unacceptable. There are many Danvers residents who are not friends with people who are traumatized by racism, and so they are unaware of the trauma it is causing. As uncomfortable as this work is, I ask you to please not shy away from it. I ask that you welcome us and these recommendations. If you can hear and adopt these recommendations, I promise you we'll begin to achieve what you seek, which is effective governance for our entire community. We stand in solidarity with the students and families who have been first subjected to abuse and second denied the dignity of being taken seriously as they try to protect their children. We know that you do too. As our leaders, it is time for your actions to match your values. Please imagine as a parent seeing this content circulated around your community in full view with the names of who originally circulated it. Please imagine as a parent seeing town and school leaders respond to this by organizing trainings on DEI, bullying and racism, all of which are very good things, but do nothing to hold accountable the people who let us down. Nothing for the actual victims or those who have been traumatized by the repetitive acts of racism, bullying, and other transgressions that continually prey upon the portion of the community who are marginalized or otherwise in the minority. As parents and neighbors, we cannot stand by. We cannot and we will not console you and tell you that the very impressive roster of training and discussions you have conducted both in the town and the schools is doing anything to help the victims. We are not here to place the town of Danvers in a defensive position. We are, in fact, here as a testament to our belief that we know you want to do the right thing, but maybe you need a little bit of help doing it. We know that the NAACP comes to us to partner in this work, and that is needed to make Danvers a welcome place for everyone. That is their entire mission, to eliminate race-based discrimination. Sometimes progress is uncomfortable because it often requires change. It's okay to proceed together, to work together. We must come together and hold our leaders accountable to ensure human rights are guaranteed to be enjoyed by everybody in Danvers. So I ask you to please support this work. Please enact your authority to be accountable. We all want to move forward together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to start out by a couple of things. First of all, I appreciate the work of the subcommittee and the NAACP in presenting and taking the time to do hard work and present options and recommendations. I read your report several times. Not sure the methodology in which you employ to get this information and you come to your recommendations, but it's thoughtful, it's thought-provoking, and I appreciate it. There are, as you suggest, there are 4 recommendations, of which the town has already enacted one and is actively working on 2 others. The recommendation number 2, the redeployment of Sergeant Baldessari, is by our Town Manager Act and our charter, the responsibility of the town manager and the chief of police. The select board actually, per ethics commission, cannot involve themselves in personnel issues. I can't advocate for my son to get a promotion. I can't advocate for someone to be removed. I can't advocate as a civic elected leader to do that. It's clear violation of state ethics. We all take state ethics, and probably many of you who've participated in some form of local government have done that as well. And clearly, there are limitations to what we can do and exercise. So I just want to be clear. We're not saying no, we cannot or will not, but there are limitations. I'm gonna finish, Ms. Bowers. But we do take your recommendations seriously. We have heard them. I've worked with the town manager. And I'll open up to the board for some comment, but a reminder to people who don't often participate in our meetings publicly, new business is an opportunity to present to the board for us to then take and do some thoughtful analysis, some investigation. We're hearing, and I don't mean to say it, often we're hearing one side of a story. If someone comes to us and gives us an issue, we're hearing that issue from that person's perspective. That's not to say it's not the right perspective, and it's not to say it's not the right issue. We just need the time to step back. I don't know that all the other board members have read the report in the branch's findings, and I'm not going to sit and try to laundry list all of the things I think the town has been doing to promote overcoming the issues we've all experienced, especially in the past couple of years. I will say that, that I happen to be one of the names this year that has been on several of these generally issued statements. I don't categorize that. I take firmly and strongly my position as a leader, citizen leader, in saying there are things we abhor. There are things that have happened that are absolutely wrong, no question about it, no doubt about it. I've had to issue several of these with the town manager, with the police chief, with the head of the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee, and all of us, when we sign our names to this paper, are making a strong statement. It's not a general statement. It's not to placate what's going on. It's to say we recognize and understand the Connors Farm incident, the incident at the Unitarian Church, other incidents that go on. The Select Board, as I've explained to many of you and worked with many of you on some of these social issues in the past, has limits in which we involve ourselves in the school committee. That is also state law. There is case law that says we cannot intervene with another duly elected body and force ourselves upon their decision-making. I cannot tell the school committee what to do. They were individually and elected by those residents and the citizens. I don't have that authority. As a matter of fact, case law says that I cannot intervene in school matters directly. I can tell you that I've seen the threads, the text threads, and it's horrific. It's horrible, and no one has ever suggested anything other than that. I respect the recommendations. I'm not of the mind that it's an all or nothing, that it has to be all 4 or it's none. I think that we've been working on 3 of them, and I've also seen some of the statements in the press that actually laud the police department, is one of the best trained departments in the state. We're accredited, but this town's not infallible, and the board will take your report and your recommendation and your discussion tonight into consideration, and come back and talk with the appropriate people that we need to do so.
Thank you. Is it appropriate to ask Town Manager Steve Bartha to ask what is so difficult to move
Yes.
Sergeant
I'm-
Stephen
yeah, I'm
Baldessari
going-
from
I'm
his
going to-
position?
I'm not going to debate a personnel.
How can
I'm
we
sorry.
get that answer?
I'm not going to debate a personnel
No,
decision.
no, not debate, how can we get the answer as to why that's difficult
I
to
believe the
enact?
town manager and the chief has sat with you several times, and I'm certain that if you ask for another meeting, they will sit with you. But I don't want to make a recommendation a requirement.
Is it possible to ask Steve Bartha to answer that question in
Not
this
tonight.
forum?
No,
Okay.
no, thank you. Again, new business is you're presenting something new. We want to have the opportunity to thoughtfully review what you've offered. And I'm going to ask, and if you feel it appropriate, I'm happy to sit with you. I know that the Human Rights and Inclusion Chair is willing to participate as well. I've worked with Tia many times. And if you need a discussion on that, personnel issues are private and protected by law, and should be. And we can have a one-on-one discussion in that direction if you'd like. But it's not going to be a debatable or discussed item tonight. That's all I'm going to take tonight, Ms. Bowers. Is there any other member of the board who wishes to speak tonight? Mr. Town Manager, is any comments you'd like to make?
No, I mean, I would just, in partial sort of reference to what you were just describing, I know the chief spent several hours meeting with Natalie and her team in December. I've spent 4 hours over the course of 2 meetings, meeting with Natalie and her public safety chair. We answered a lot of questions very candidly about matters that we really shouldn't have, but we wanted to be as transparent and forthcoming as we could in making sure that Natalie understood some of the context that we've been trying to work through since November, the meetings we've been having to think this through. So we probably spent the majority of those 4 hours on this very subject. I'm not going to speak publicly on matters that are personnel related, but I did answer any question that you had as thoroughly as I could in those settings. I would note, the chief level has spoken publicly at the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee on this matter. He's made himself available to meet with anybody who wants to sort of talk further about those things. And we, in our last meeting, made ourselves as well as a sergeant available for a sit-down, and we never had any follow-up to that. The next communication we had was an article in the Globe. So we're certainly open to dialogue, and we think it should be face-to-face communication. We think that's key, and it's critical because we view the chapter as a partner in the work ahead. We've been trying since October to fill the DEI position. That person will be starting within the next 2 weeks. I'm actually going to be sitting with them on Thursday to go through some of the transition and onboarding. And we'll be issuing a press release probably early next week announcing this person's imminent arrival with the town. So that's really all I would offer.
Thank you. I want you to know that we take we welcome your comments and we take your concerns to heart. We want to help, heal this community. It has been affected by racism and hate and bullying and homophobia and all sorts of issues that we wish weren't in our little town of Danvers, but certainly are. And we've been working hard to try to eradicate that and try to work on that. We'll never get rid of, it's societal issues that I don't know that we'll ever completely eradicate because human nature is not always positive. But we take what you're saying to heart, and I'm not trying to not address your concerns. I'm not trying to protect any specific person. I'm trying to say that the town leaders, the select board, has limits in what they can do, and the personnel have rights to some amount of privacy on decision-making in their, on theirs end as well. So if you'd like to follow up with the town manager and have the meeting that we recommended, we can sit down, and if you'd like my participation, I'm certainly welcome to do so. If you'd like the town manager, the chief, if you'd like the Human Rights and Inclusion Chair to participate, we'd be happy to do so. But that will be a private discussion, not held in public to talk about personnel.
Garrett, may I make a couple comments?
Yes, David.
My name is David Mills. I'm one of the select board members and the oldest person in the room, I think. I'm older than you, Bill. And I consider Natalie and Lisa both important friends. And I think I'm a member of NAACP. I haven't go to any meetings. I don't get around much anymore, so forgive me for not being more attentive. I am attentive. I am attentive to these issues. I am powerfully attentive to these issues. bullying, racism, homophobia, anti-Semitism are very important to me. I watched carefully, well, one of the things that I watched recently was Harriet, the movie of my hero, Harriet Tubman, who should be on the $20 bill in place of a racist Andrew Jackson. Everywhere I look, including the final action of the United States Congress after 100 years to pass anti-lynching legislation. It happened only after 1 week ago, after 100 years worth of effort. I watched the lynching of a black, brilliant lawyer in the United States Senate. She was lynched emotionally, socially, psychologically, and legally by those idiots on the committee of whatever the hell they call themselves. It was a lynching. I am aware that up until 1938, or maybe it was into the 40s, public lynchings of black men took place in the United States while men, women, and children filled the area around the lynching post, sipping lemonade and looking at their Saturday afternoon entertainment. I share the passion of your group, our group, and your concern tonight. I've also been a lawyer for 53 years. I was a judge for 11 years, and I'm coming to the last roundup at age 79. So I try to focus in on what I believe is really important. And in this, first of all, the discussion that is now taking place tonight and in this town over the last couple of months, occasioned by the nastiness, the disgusting behavior of certain people, I choose to believe that there is adequate evidence that that stuff took place. And I'm thinking, where does this come from? I felt the school committee chair, Eric Crane, who I've known for 20 years, we've never had dinner together, but I've watched him and I've talked with him about his interest in the town and my interest in children and his interest in children, and I have never doubted that he and Arthur Scamius did exactly what the law requires in trying to deal with that mess in view of all of the laws that protect privacy and young people in our culture. I can personally share the desire to have the names of those kids and their parents publicized. Is that what you'd like? Maybe. But that's like making a sacrificial lamb out of these people when I look at the basis of what happened in that locker room. In large measure is the product of 400 years of racism. Black people who were beaten. I know black people in the 6th or 7th generation of being the descendants of slaves, and they still carry that pain, which is never, ever, ever going to be erased by anything we can do. The anti-Semitism, there wasn't so much that I saw in the factual presentation of the locker room, but we've had instances of Schwartz stickers at other locations, which, by the way, is not indicative of the junior high school students in this town. Take a look at our Martin Luther King presentation this year and the beautiful presentation by the middle school students from their civics class showing the deepest respect for each other and for all people. My own suspicion is that there is some youngster or a couple of them, they come from a broken family or an alcoholic family, they are aching for some form of validation, and so they do this because at least it gets noticed. I don't know, but you don't know, and no one knows whether it was 50 kids or 1 kid. We don't know, but it is not, from my observation and experience, it is not typical of our middle school students. I looked at the local press. I don't even like to dignify it with, and it's not the evening news. It's the one that's on the internet, which used plastic sex toy about 22 times in their multiple articles, titillating the readers of Danvers. And exacerbating the shame and embarrassment that we have felt in Danvers as NPR and Boston stations have publicized this town as being a place that is the incubator for this kind of behavior. I don't think we are. I don't think the press has been fair, and I am sick and tired of reading that stuff over and over again. When half of the students in this country are not aware that there was a Second World War, that there was a Holocaust, that there was Auschwitz, that 6 million or more Jewish people were murdered there, 1.5 million Jewish children were murdered there, and 1.5 million gays were murdered there. And people don't know that. Half of our students don't know that. Do the students in Danvers know it? I hope and I think that most of them do. But all of that stuff percolates down. Parents, I'm not a parent, I'm gay. Gay marriage came in long after I was pretty. I was never pretty, but I wasn't pretty enough for gay marriage anyway. So I don't have children of my own. So thank you for parents in Danvers who have loaned me your kids. Thank you for parents in Danvers who bring them to the YMCA, where I'm very active. We have a great child care program and programs for kids. If I were a parent today, I would scratch my head every morning and say, what am I going to do to protect my kids from the horror, the nastiness that every single day comes from the Congress, comes from political campaigns? Symbols of white supremacy in the town of Danvers are more prevalent than rainbow flags. There's 5 rainbow flags, one on my house across the street. I was 75 years old before I dared put a rainbow flag on my house. Danvers is not a safe and welcoming place for lesbian and gay people. I know that. But those kids in the locker room, to the extent they use the word faggot, they didn't invent homophobia. Homophobia was here, I was going to say long before I was born. I don't know. That was 79 years ago. It's in Danvers. It's in Chicago. It's in New York. It's in the White House, the former White House especially. There are people in this country that would want me, a gay man, to be imprisoned, castrated, have a lobotomy, or be murdered. And I know that. Is there some of that sentiment in Danvers? There is, because it's everywhere. And this conversation that we're having is going to be extremely helpful. I do not have my own thought on the Baldessari request that is contained is I have complete confidence in this town manager. I have worked with him on a daily basis for 8.5 years. And I have complete confidence in this police chief, and I have watched the Danvers Police Department for 50 years of my life, and I have never been satisfied, and I'm now getting very satisfied with this chief and this leadership. It's a tough time. The conversation is very important, and these evils are not only Danvers evils. They're Linfield, they're Topsfield, they're Woburn, they're Chicago, they're New York, and tragically, they're everywhere. And also try to put a feather in my cap. For 30 years, I have worked with the Diversity Committee, which we then changed the name to the Danvers Inclusion Committee. Then we changed it to the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee. And I've got to tell you, if you haven't been to one of the meetings, it is a blockbuster, great bunch of citizens who are doing everything possible to address these issues. And I kind of hoped that we were getting somewhere. And I was embarrassed, like everybody else, by the publicity of the hockey room incident. And we will recover, because that's not who we are. It's just that's who we were ashamed to think people were going to think we are, because we're not. But the work you're doing is very important, and I thank Lisa Go, my friend Lisa, and thank you, Natalie, for your good work. And I'll try to be more attentive to our meetings. I just thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any other board members? Yes, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Gardner. So Selectman Trask, Chairman Trask, is correct in all his caveats as to why, as a board, we can't react. But personally, I embrace and support all your recommendations.
Any other, was that it, sir?
That was it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Again, we thank you for bringing this to our attention. We appreciate it. We have, you're more than welcome to stay for the rest of the public meeting. We understand everybody has personal and busy lives. If you'd like to, I'm going to open it up to other new business. But at that point, if you'd like to stay or go, it's certainly your direction. We won't take offense if you leave. It happens on a regular basis. So thank you very much. And please take us up on our offer to meet a one-on-one. Thank you. Is there other new business before the board tonight? Yes, sir. Mr. Bradstreet, welcome. The sun was higher earlier.
Whoa. 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 I can't see you. I can't see you. A couple of things, if I could. Been a couple of articles in the newspaper recently. One was to do with the opioid decision. A certain amount of money was going to be allocated to different communities. According to the paper, we're supposed to get $848,888 paid out over, I believe it said 16 years, around $50,000 a year. One question, did we have to pay to join the group that fought?
I can speak to this.
Please, Mr. Town Manager.
The short answer is no. We were approached a number of years ago by a team of law firms that were engaging in the class action lawsuit related to the opioid crisis. They worked with the police department, the fire department, the health department to try to identify some of the local impacts related to the pandemic. And the news you're discussing recently, we actually learned about it when the Salem News called us because we had not been notified that a final decision had been reached. We raced and found something on the state website describing what you just described, which was over the course of the next 15 to 17 years, these funds will be allocated. The funds will go through the state, so the state will determine how, in what form, and for what use those funds will be used. So we don't know anything more yet at this point. Most likely for some sort of public health related expense.
So our state will instruct us what to do
I think
with
that's right.
the money.
So to phrase it as you commonly do, the state is working on it.
That gives me a lot of faith, it really does. The other one was the American Rescue Plan. You gave us a large group of papers. Can any of that money be used to replace the disappeared flagpole from the square?
We've got that covered, Bill. And we will be talking about, so the select board had, sorry, I should have gone through
Please,
this.
no, it's quite all right.
The select board had a presentation in September on the town's ARPA plan, and we will be reviewing that as well with the finance committee as part of their budget process starting next week. But we don't need to tap ARPA funds for that because we've identified a way to fund that locally. So that project is underway.
Okay, I believe that one was made out of wood. Are we getting?
Fiberglass.
Fiberglass. Is there something more durable that we can get, or
That
lighten
was
the
the
flags?
that was the durable option.
choice, yeah. So years ago, when somewhere around 1999 to 2020, Martha Swindell and I worked on the brick project that moved the island from the middle of the road to its current location, partnered with the veterans organizations in town. They had pulled the wooden mast out, and it was completely destroyed at the bottom. A committee, including some of the representatives from the veterans organizations, some wanted a wooden mast back up for historic and reasons, but what won out was the durability of a fiberglass mast. Fiberglass is better than the wood.
Okay, I'll keep my fingers crossed, and as will everyone in town. The other question, I'm not sure if the town manager is going to address it later on. A couple of things I asked about, and I asked you to tell me you're working on them. Will you be addressing any of those for me
Which
tonight?
items specifically?
The pad for the food pantry. All it requires is an asphalt pad to put the dumpster on so that you can free up a couple of spots over there for the parking that's needed for the people who need the help from the food pantry.
I just shushed David Lane away
Yeah,
because
I saw
I
that.
told you at the last meeting, I talked about it with David, it's in his court. Now, I don't know what he's gonna do with it, Bill, but you could go, he's upstairs if you want to.
No, we've already talked. The other thing was, and I think you said you were gonna talk to the forestry about a couple of nice Christmas trees down to Pope's Landing that we could possibly get either the town or someone to decorate. Would be very nice.
I passed that on as well.
To me, it's an easy request, but I'll think of others.
For that one, you may also want to engage the River Committee.
Thank you. I'll sit down now.
Is there any other new business? Business not before the board tonight? Yes, sir. Welcome.
Richard Bolduc, Precinct 4. Just a couple observations. Rumblings of, do we know why we're losing so many police officers in town to other towns? I know at least 3 have left in the last couple months, and I heard rumors of a couple more might be leaving, and then we've been losing a couple DPW workers to other places and things. And I mean, I was born and raised here my whole life, and I remember when this town, people used to beg to come to this town to work here, and now it seems like people are leaving here like the wind. Just an observation on my end, and I hear rumblings of certain people in town mentioning us as well. Maybe I'll see if.
I often joke that one of the greatest exports from Danvers is rumors and rumblings. So,
Yeah.
Certainly, we won't discuss any specific personnel.
No.
But if I happen to be in the commercial world, and this is actually termed the Great Resignation. People are changing jobs on a historic precedent at this time, deciding to go to new positions, deciding to change careers, as it were. I can't speak to Danvers directly. If the town manager wishes to comment, I don't know if there's
I can
any-
address the part of that. So we currently have 3 police candidates in academy. We've called for a list to hire another 5 or 6. So we do have a large number of vacancies right now. We've had several officers transfer out. I do an exit interview with everybody who goes. Some of the officers said they wanted to work in larger jurisdictions. Some left specifically for opportunities for promotion in other departments. Everybody has a different reason. I can't. Our policies typically, if somebody decides that that's what they want to do, we're very supportive of that. The chief and I have had a lot of conversations about that, but we expect to probably onboard 8 to 10 officers within the next year, would be my guess.
Because the other thing is, these guys are working, I know a lot of these guys are working doubles, and,
Yeah, we've had.
I mean, they're getting beat up.
Yep, we've
beat up
had
totally.
a lot of. Yeah, we've had a lot of forced callbacks where the captain and the chief are forced to bring people in to get these shifts filled in, and that's tiring. It gets to the point where they don't want to work those shifts.
And,
So we're.
I mean, I think it's a safety
if I
issue
could
also.
Just finish, if I could
I
finish
mean-
the.
oh, sorry.
So the chief's implemented he's been working with the union to implement a lot of sort of policy-related changes to help alleviate some of that until we can get the new officers on, because it compounds. When you have vacancies, the issue compounds. But the chief's doing everything he can, working with us, and
Oh, I'm
obviously
sure
with
he
civil
is,
service to try to
absolutely.
get those
And
positions.
if I might offer, Mr. Bolduc, you
Yep.
have an opportunity at our upcoming Finance Committee meetings to speak to the chiefs of both departments or all the department heads directly and ask about it. I believe you will hear what the board heard recently, which is there are injuries, there are people who are out, and
Oh.
there is a long period of time in replacing a professional, fire professional or a
Oh,
law
I know,
enforcement professional.
between the academy and then
Yeah.
in-house training,
So-
absolutely.
So, yes, people are called back, but that's because of injuries, and that's because, so there's many reasons, and I think here, if you want to delve into the wheres and what fors on those departments, the department heads, that's part of what they do in the Finance Committee meetings that are upcoming about the
Okay.
budget.
No, I just,
Yeah.
people ask me, and I don't have answers, so I figure here's the place to go, so, okay, thank you.
Is there anything else, sir?
No,
that's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other new business? Seeing none, we'll move to the agenda, the next agenda item. A public hearing will be held under Chapter 138 of the General Laws of the application of Texas Roadhouse LLC, doing business as Texas Roadhouse, 301 Newbury Street, Justin Bourgeois, manager for a change of officers, directors of all alcoholic common viculars licensed at that location. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Andrew Upton, counsel for Texas Roadhouse. What we're asking for tonight is to replace one director and to recognize the departure of one officer. All of this is happening at the Texas Roadhouse headquarters in Louisville, Kentucky. There is no impact whatsoever to the licensed premises here in Danvers. No changes whatsoever to any Texas Roadhouse in Danvers. This is a filing mandated by the ABCC that needs local approval.
Thank you. Town Clerk, everything's in order?
Yes, the paperwork's in order.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to the board members. Board Member Mills.
No questions. Thank you.
Board Member Duggan.
I'm all set, thank you.
Board Member Bernard.
No questions?
Board Member Bennett.
All set, thank you.
I'm all set as well. I'll entertain a motion.
This is a public hearing.
I'm sorry, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to this application?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion on the action, on the agenda item.
Move the application as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to move the application as presented. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Agenda item number 4, the board will review an application by Kay Maurice on behalf of the Danvers Garden Club for permission to hold a plant sale in front part of the parking lot between Sylvan and Holton Street on Saturday, May 21st from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Welcome. Would you like to speak to your application? Now's your opportunity to promote.
Hi, thank you for having me. Kay Maurice, I am chair of the fundraising for the Danvers Garden Club. And unfortunately, I think everybody is experiencing not being able to do a lot of fundraisers. So we're really hoping to be able to have this plant sale and in the parking lot, as mentioned, between Sylvan and Holton Street on May 21st from 9 to 12. We may start a little bit early at 7 o'clock to start everything, but so we're really hoping that we get approved and enjoy the day and fundraising. Thank you.
I have your, okay, so I presume that the diagram you
Yes.
gave us,
Yes,
the
so
wider part of the
professional.
lot is here on this end of the lot.
If it's over here,
Okay. Thank
we,
you.
we were thinking of having it in the middle so that you could still
Yeah.
have parking in the front and parking in the back. And then we would just have tables and pop-ups
Yeah.
in the middle portion of it so that we wouldn't take away any of the town that needs the parking.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll open it up first to Select Board Member Duggan.
Oh, thank you. So I think this is an annual event, Ms. Maurice?
They had done it in the past. I've never handled it there, no.
Okay.
So this is new for us to have it in this location, I believe, at least within the last 10 years
Okay.
or so. I'm not sure the exact dates
Right.
when they've had them in the past.
So when you said you wanted to keep some spaces available for, what, like employees or?
No, just regular people that use the parking lot on a Saturday, or even the people coming to the garden, to the plant sale, to be able to park in that front area, and then it goes skinny, and then
Yeah.
it goes
I'm
back.
just thinking from a safety perspective, it might be better just to close off both ends and just have people park in the street.
Okay.
That's my thought. And then you
I-
could have, people could kind of walk around and not feel like they have to look over their shoulders. Is there, I don't know if there was some type of constraint based on the application for that?
I'll turn to the clerk.
Ms. Maurice has spoken with the DPW department as well as the police department, who approved the diagram that you're looking at. So they're going to block off a section
Yeah.
down this end here.
Yeah.
So people aren't going to be able to pull all the way through. But she wanted spots for people to park so
I
that they
see.
could come to the
Okay,
plant sale.
all right, that's a good plan. All right, I don't have any questions. Wish you success.
Thank you, appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Select Board Member Bernard.
Thank you, Kay. I think it's great, and I'll be down there to purchase some plants. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board Member Bennett.
Just to answer Matt's question, Operation Troop Support set up out front here for a number of years for a plant sale.
Okay.
So the Garden Club, I don't remember the last time they were out there, but I have no other questions.
Thank you. Select Board Member Mills.
Thank you. The plant's guaranteed because I live across the street. I'm
I'd
going
like
to
to know
come and
that,
get a
too.
lot of them and try to get someone to plant them for me. Okay.
We can
Well, I
go
think
out.
it's a great idea and I'll be there.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions, just support, so.
Super.
I'll entertain a motion on this application.
So moved?
Motion made
Second.
and seconded. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good luck, have fun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. A board will review an application by Dave Thompson for Danvers Cares for permission to hang one banner over High Street on April 25th to May 1st for Light the Night Purple, and one banner over Maple Street, May 30th to June 5th for a Healing and Unity Experience. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, along with Mary Beth Berry, who is working on at least one of these events with us. Yes, so both of these events are for Danvers Cares. The first one is the Light of the Night Purple event, which this will be the 6th annual event with a little break for the pandemic in between. It's a gathering and 1 mile walk through town that is scheduled for May 4th. At the Peabody Institute Library, walking through town, and it's designed to bring awareness to the opioid epidemic that's out there and support people that are in recovery. So our request is to hang a banner to promote the event the week of April 25th.
Thank you. Any questions by the board? Select Board Member Bernard.
No questions?
Select Board Member Bennett.
All set?
Select Board Member Mills.
David, you're going to speak separately to the
Yes.
Healing and Unity? Thank you.
Yes. Yep.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Thank you. Just a brief comment. So I've participated in the Light the Night Purple several years. It's a very kind of empowering event. You hear people speak that have gone through the trauma of addiction. So it's kind of from the heart. So I think it's very beneficial. I think people that attend really get a lot out of it. So I support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no other questions. I'll entertain a motion on this banner hanging, the first.
So move on Light the Night Purple banner.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. And to the second banner?
The second banner is for a brand new event called the Healing and Unity Experience. Kind of following up what we heard earlier, and as we all know, the community of Danvers has, gone through quite a bit of trauma over the last couple of years, and the Danvers Cares, in conjunction with the Danvers Human Rights and Inclusion Committee, is putting on this event on June 4th at the high school. We received a grant from an organization called the Boston Bridges Initiative, which is an organization that provides funding for cities and towns to bring people together, form friendships, do cross-cultural things. So our plan is to have this event, again, at the high school on June 4th, where people would come in and go to different activities, different tables, where there'll be different cultural representatives there, people from different groups from all walks of life. And then as people go around, they'll either get a card that will be punched at different stations or perhaps tickets, and then they'll be able to turn those in at lunchtime for food trucks that'll be on site, so they'll be able to get free lunch. So we are requesting to hang a banner the week of May 30th to help promote that event.
Thank you very much. I'll start with Select Board Member Bennett.
No questions?
Select Board Member Mills.
Sounds very healthy, David. Good luck.
We hope so, and we're glad that the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee is partnering with Danvers Cares on it. It's very important.
Thank you, Select Board Member Duggan.
Thank you. I was going to ask you that question because I think you had mentioned that to the Inclusion Committee a week or two ago. You asked if you could partner with them, and you worked that out, and you're going to partner.
Yeah, we had a little date confusion because they have their Pride event originally scheduled for that same day. We talked about potentially bringing that in and doing it all under one big event, but they decided that they'd rather keep it separate, and they're moving the Pride event at the library to Sunday the 5th.
I see. Okay.
But
All right, that's all I have. All right.
Great.
Wish you success.
Thank you.
Select Board Member Mills.
Sounds good. Thank you, Dave and Mary Beth, for all your efforts. Thank you.
And I have no questions either. I'll entertain a motion on the application.
Motion to approve the presentation.
And second.
Motion made and second. Is there any other questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank
And
you,
of
and good luck
course,
for
we
your
invite
event.
all of you to attend both events and look forward to seeing you there.
Great.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 6, a public hearing will be held on the application of R.R. Bina, Inc., DBA as Maple Street Cafe, 68 Maple Street, Andrea Bina, owner, for a common vicular's license at that location. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. My name is Andre. I'm here just to, I'm looking to open up a new restaurant in town. I currently have owned Gio's Roast Beef and Pizza for over 11 years, and my family's been in the restaurant business for as long as I can remember. I've known the ins and outs. I've been doing this I'm 34, and I feel like I've been doing it for 25 years. I grew up in a pizza shop, so I'm looking to take over where Chuck's was at 68 Maple Street. I want to open it up as another breakfast and lunch, Maple Street Cafe. I want to, Chuck's was known in the town as for forever and ever and ever. I feel like it's been here for many, many years and brought people together in there. And I'm looking to do the same thing. Friendly staff, breakfast and lunch food, open 6 to 2 every day, 7 days a week, serving breakfast, all the stuff that you normally get at the restaurants. So, yeah, that's all I'm here for.
Wonderful, thank you
A
very
little
much.
nervous. I don't know why.
Don't be nervous. Very easy.
The way I talk to people at the restaurant, and up here I am. I'm probably red in the face. And
No worries. I'll start with Select Board Member Mills.
I have women friends down at the YMCA. Every morning we have exercise, people my age.
okay.
All the girls used to go to Chuck's. They were devastated when it closed. Now, can I tell them you're going to serve breakfast and it's going to be just as good as Chuck's?
Just as good as Chuck's.
Okay, that's all I
Same
need
friendly
to know.
staff. You guys are gonna love it.
That's all I need to know.
Just a little updated. That's it.
Okay. Good luck.
Select Board Member Duggan.
Oh, thank you. So I think you have a good reputation already with Joe's, and so there's no questions related to that. I'm sure you'll have people lined up out the door. Can you just kind of go over the changes that you have proposed for the floor plan?
For sure. So the landlord is doing a lot of the outside work. As I don't know if you've driven by there. There's new windows, new storefront. What I did in the inside is we got rid of the drop ceiling. We went a little higher and just plastered it. I moved the bar over to by the windows so we can get a lot more light in. And when you walk in through the vestibule, you're going to walk straight at the bar area, and then seating all along the sides. The bathrooms are all updated. I'm getting the kitchen is where it was. I'm just redoing everything, getting all new equipment in there.
All right.
It holds about 60 seats.
So the number of seats stays the same?
Yep.
Okay. No, it sounds great. I'm sure people are going to be excited once they hear that will you have a proposed date for opening?
I mean, it's changed. It was February, it was March, it was
Well,
April.
trying to get the
I'm
materials.
hoping mid-May,
Yeah.
and then when mid-May comes, we're probably hoping
Yeah, it's just the
mid-June,
anticipation.
Yeah, exactly.
Anticipation.
Yep,
So,
that's it.
Yeah, I wish you success.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
appreciate
take
that.
care.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bernard.
Hi, how are
Hi,
you?
what's going on?
That was my question, 60 seats?
Yep.
And you said, what, 6 in the morning till 2?
Till 2, yep,
7 days a week?
7 days a week.
Oh, it's nice, yeah, it looks good.
Thank
And
you.
I remember when it was Spalding's.
Yeah,
Before Chuck's too, so
so it's been around
May
for a
will
while.
be good for the Little League Parade,
Yep.
so, yeah, I wish you luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Select Board Member Bennett.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, Chuck's had a liquor license.
I had the same question I asked
And-
the town clerk, and that was given up.
It was given up, so are you applying for a
I
liquor?
am not.
license? You're not?
I am not.
All right, so the bar, you said bar, it's just a counter?
Exactly,
A
counter,
breakfast counter.
breakfast
All
counter,
right,
that's
well, I
what I
heard
should
bar,
have said,
it's, you
yeah,
know,
exactly.
but
No,
it's
breakfast
all right,
counter,
I
we construction workers will come in, or whoever will come in by themselves, they can
Sure.
just sit right down
Great.
and enjoy a cup of coffee and a muffin.
All right, very good. Thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. I, too, am all set. I can't wait for another breakfast opportunity downtown. I miss Chuck's, and look forward to your opening. I'll hope to be one of the first ones right through the door.
Perfect. Look forward
This
to
is a
it.
public hearing. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this application? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and second to close the public hearing. Is there any other questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. I'll entertain a motion on the application.
Motion that we approve the application as presented.
Second.
Second,
Motion made and seconded. Any questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you
Good
so
luck
much,
to
and
you.
have a great night. I got to go back to work.
Thank you. Agenda item number 7, the board will review a draft of the May 16th, 2022 annual town meeting warrant. I would like to, the town manager reached out to me, we'd like to just take a couple of items out of order and recommend we discuss the adaptive reuse first. Is that accurate?
I didn't know if there was anybody who was planning to be here tonight to speak to the citizens petition.
I do not see
I
the
don't see
person who is
anybody,
the
so
advocate, so
we
we
should
can hold
start
on.
with
Yeah.
the adaptive reuse, and so I'll skip all of the formalities and dive right into it. And David Fields, our Director of Planning and Economic Development. Bill,
Thank
I have
you.
extra copies if you're interested in a copy of the warrant. I have a couple copies up here.
So good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me, and thanks for skipping ahead for me. I'll let Mr. Bradstreet and others grab their material. So tonight, I'm mainly here to...
It's on page, if you have your warrant booklet.
25.
Page 25 in the warrant booklet. Right there, sorry.
That's okay. So certainly here to take questions if anyone has any, but this article is pretty straightforward. The main intent is to allow another tool in the toolbox for preservationists by allowing the Zoning Board of Appeals to authorize a special permit to reuse historic buildings or landmarks for another purpose, meaning they're a different use, or relax dimensional regulations to allow the use to continue to exist. The structure or landmark to continue to exist. So effectively, buildings or landmarks that currently meet the requirements for the general bylaw for demolition delay, so older than 100 years old, are eligible to apply for a special permit for the ZBA for their adaptive reuse, their preservation, basically.
To what extent does the exterior, interior, facades, windows, any other components of the historic building need to be maintained or retained?
Sure, that's one of the questions we have been getting. So the demolition delay bylaw and all of its strictures are still maintained. The Zoning Board of Appeals special permit doesn't supersede any of those design requirements. So the zoning board would really be authorizing a different use for the structure. So whatever happens architecturally would really be in the purview of the Preservation Commission. So nothing in this bylaw necessarily mandates that it be saved. If the zoning board walks through the process and gets a recommendation that they should move forward, they can. Obviously, demolition is defined in the general bylaw, so you'd have to go with those guidelines.
Open them to the board. Select Board Member Mills?
I think that this is very important, and we should, of course, support it. I also want to say that the town is very fortunate. When I started zoning work 50 years ago, the zoning bylaw was a little cardboard booklet. I don't think it had more than 20 pages in it. It was so tiny, and I have fortunately not needed to stay up on everything for the last 21 years because I've been out of the business. But to have competent professionals like David to be looking this over and making sure that it can work fairly, I think we're very fortunate to have you, and I'm glad you stayed. And
Thank you.
So thanks for your work, and I have no further questions on this particular article.
Thank you, Select Board Member Duggan.
Thank you. So I think what I heard you say, Mr. Fields, a few minutes ago, that the exterior of the building, the envelope, would stay fundamentally the same. But can we talk about the reuse? Do you have an example? Are we taking something that could be it might be used today as like a church, like a historic church, like on the Hot Lot property, and then would the reuse be something like turning into like a restaurant? Is it something along those lines?
That is a perfectly good example. I think that's something that could possibly happen. It's fairly broad to allow for the economics of the specific site to make it feasible. So the example I've been using is most of the historic properties, at least as they're defined for demolition delay, are single-family homes, single-family use in a single-family zone. Doesn't allow you to do that much with the building, but a single-family home. Going forward, if it were so desirable and it was in a location that the Zoning Board of Appeals thought was acceptable, that could be a dentist office, a law office with very, very minimal modifications to the structure. It's just currently today, sometimes those uses aren't allowed in those zones. So really, sometimes the only option is if you're a homeowner purchasing a structure and you want to rehab it, the option would be demolition. And in this case, somebody else may purchase that property who can put it to a better use and save the structure at the same time.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a noble cause, but if this historic building is in a residential zone and the reuse wants to be commercial, that's sort of like spot zoning, I would think. How would, and the ZBA, they would be allowed to issue a special permit to allow that modified use? It was an old home that was, you know, it was a residential home, and now it wants to become like a medical office or something along those lines. Is that what this article would allow?
That it would. You'd have to meet the qualifications to be considered historic per the demolition delay bylaw. So that's already limiting the number of properties that could apply. Going forward, obviously, if it's a commercial use, as you're intimating, I'm not anticipating those things to happen on a random side street or a cul-de-sac. You'd clearly, if you were a commercial tenant, want to be on a main thoroughfare or somewhere where you're going to get business.
Yeah. Just trying to think, there's always the outliers that that you didn't really think about when we're approving something like this. And there's always a developer, someone who figures out like a loophole that allows them to kind of do something that wasn't originally anticipated. So.
Yeah, I think, making it a special permit allows it to be completely discretionary. So if there were abutters or the neighborhood generally didn't want it to happen, the Zoning Board of Appeals does not need to grant that permit.
Yeah, I understand. So I would support this based on the fact that the ZBA would have to sign off on it. So.
And if I could add, I think you said this, David, but just to emphasize that the way it's written, not just any structure that happens to be 100 years old can apply for this. It has to first must be deemed historically significant by the Preservation Commission.
Not exactly.
Okay.
You could apply to go forward. Without that, you need to meet, there's eligibility criteria in the bylaw itself. So if you meet those, you can apply. Everything else with preservation and its relations still has to happen. So if you are trying to demo back of the building or whatever it may be, you still need to go to the Preservation Commission. And you may still get delayed.
All set?
Yeah, all set.
Selectwoman Bernard?
I'll second Dave Mills. We're happy that you're still here.
Thank you.
And I do like this, too. Rehabilitate an eligible historic structure or landmark. I like having more tools in our toolbox. And maybe just for the residents, you can tell them where they can find the criteria for that, too, if you would just mind telling us that.
For those watching at home, it's Danvers General Bylaw number 29.
Thank you.
Selectwoman Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Chairman of the Preservation Commission, my question for David is, I'm trying to understand that an applicant go to the ZBA before going to preservation?
That's correct. The way it was written, they could do that. It's if they still need to go to the Preservation Commission, they could do so before they go to the ZBA as well. We weren't mandating who goes where first.
So if ZBA gives them a special permit, then they go to preservation, does that not tie the Preservation Commission's hands?
I think the first part, they'd only go to preservation if they meet the triggers for demolition. So they may not be doing much, if anything at all, to the structure. It might just be a change of use. So in which case, they wouldn't need to go to the Preservation Commission. But
I think that a building over 100 years old that somebody wants to readapt is going to need to do something to that building, either exterior or interior. And if they're tearing down a piece that's not 100 years old, it still needs to go to the Preservation Commission for a determination.
Yeah, so all that would still apply, as well as, you know, say you were in a historic district, you're even more restricted by the district commission's regulations.
It'd be interesting to hear what the planning board has to say, and they're not going to hear this till the 12th and the 26th, and FinCom's going to hear the warrant on the 25th. I have a problem with the process. I had a problem with the process when we did our special town meeting last year, with the planning board hearing things after the fact. And we're doing the same thing here. I understand this was thought up just recently and is being moved forwards quickly to get into the May town meeting, but I have a problem with the process.
All right.
No other questions?
So, based on Select Board Member Bennett's questions, are you suggesting that if the Preservation Commission is triggered, based on the other zoning bylaws, both of those bodies have to approve for this to go forward? One does not, while it's a chicken or egg question, both have to actually provide approval.
Can I try to clarify?
Yes.
Sure. I was a little confused about it too, and I think I understand what David's saying now is if you're the owner of a structure like this that is, for example, a first period home or a building that would otherwise be under the purview of the preservation, your options are you could apply for a demolition permit and go to the Preservation Commission for a finding from them, or this allows another path where you could look to try to reuse the building and preserve the building. You wouldn't then have to go to the Preservation Commission because you would instead be looking to reuse and readapt the building to a more appropriate use other than, and I think what we found with the Porter Bradstreet house, which was a hot topic when I first came to Danvers, it was a sprawling first period home and there were concerted efforts to save it, but the type of person who would move into and preserve a home like that are literally 1 in 1,000, and there happened to be a local contractor who had an affinity for first period homes who bought it and restored it. But this mechanism which has been used, David didn't draft this overnight. This is a tool that exists in a lot of municipalities in the Commonwealth for this very purpose, where you have a structure. We have a lot of old structures in this part of the world, and this is to kind of beat the drum that's been beaten. It's another tool. It's an option other than knocking the building down or hoping that magically the right buyer appears who will move into it and maintain it as a single family home. So you wouldn't go to. I was confused. You wouldn't go to both. You could go to preservation to knock it down, or you could pursue a reuse with it as it's currently constructed.
Got it. All right, those are the only questions, Mr. Bradstreet. And while Mr. Bradstreet's making his way to the podium, there's some new faces here. I'll ask if there's a specific article you're interested in. We can shuffle the decks but if I fail to generally ask the public, do they have comments, please raise your hand, wave, get my attention. All of these articles are open to public discussion, and if you have questions, please feel free to ask. Mr. Bradstreet?
I have a concern. I'm certainly happy to see the effort that's been put into this. At one point in the past, I don't remember when it was, one board would make a decision which would tie the hands of another board. I believe what was said at the time was the boards are supposed to be working together for the benefit of the town, not one making one decision and another making an opposite.
But that's the question I just asked, Mr. Bradstreet. And what I'm hearing is, if you have a historic building, you're going to take one of two paths. You either want it torn down because you can't use it in its current use the way you want to, or instead of tearing it down, you can go to the ZBA and request adaptive reuse. So it's not both. I was wrong in my question, or the clarity was offered. It isn't two permissions here. It's one permission. You're either wanting to tear it down, you go to the Preservation Commission for those triggers, or you go to the ZBA and say, I want to change I'm going to make this up, but I want to change that depot that's on the corner of, is it Maple Street and what's the one,
Hobart?
Hobart
The Freight
Street.
House.
They might make it into an ice cream shop. Who knows? So if the decision is you either tear it down and lose that historic building, you'd go to the Preservation Commission. If you're trying to preserve it and reuse and do adaptive reuse, you would go to the zoning board and see what their permissions would be. It's not getting two to agree on something.
Again, my only reason for saying this is because of what I heard in the past, and I certainly would, like, I think a lot of people would like to see sufficient discussion about what's being proposed. I'm not objecting to what the man is proposing. I just want sufficient discussion about what's going to happen. Just a simple request. Enough discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public? No? All right. What is the will of the board? Do we want to go through all the warrants and call out the ones we want to vote on, or do we want to do it as we go through?
If I may suggest, we're taking this one out of order because Mr. Fields is here. Perhaps we can vote on this particular one.
I think we normally vote as we go.
Yeah, but, well, in the past, we've gone through, heard everything, then pulled out what we want to pull out.
I'm open to
So-
suggestions, that's why I offered it.
Yeah.
I like your suggestion.
Yeah, then let's get this one off the table.
Very good.
And then we go forward. If there's no conversation or discussion on a particular one, then we can just keep moving.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion on Article 39 for a
38.
board recommendation.
38.
Oh, 38, I'm looking at the wrong page. I apologize. 38. I'll entertain a motion for a board recommendation.
So moved.
Your recommendation, Mr. Mills, favorable, unfavorable?
Favorable.
Thank you. Motion has been made to pass this favorably on to FinCom. Any questions on the motion? I need a second.
Second.
And a second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
Thank you. So it's 4-0-1. Thank you.
Because of the process,
I understand.
not the item.
No, I get it. As I said, we have some new faces in the crowd, and if there's a particular warrant article you're here to speak to, I'd be happy to hear what that is and move it around. If not, we'll just start going through. Thank you. All right, Mr. Town Manager, if you want to start at the top of the presentation, and we'll start walking our way through. The citizens petition, the proponent of that is not here, so we'll just keep it in the regular order.
Okay. So I think those who wanted a copy of the warrant have a copy of the warrant. It is on the website. The PowerPoint is on the website as well, but if you're watching the television, I don't know why you'd go look at it on the website because we're going to walk through it right now. So here we are, April 5th. Next week and the following weeks, we'll be going through the budget that the board has already reviewed with the Finance Committee, and then the warrant with the Finance Committee before town meeting on May 16th. We do have a special town meeting within the annual town meeting this year with a number of articles. The first several are standing articles for the special town meeting, being unpaid bills and budget transfers. We do have 3 unpaid bills that are broken out in the warrant booklet, so the PowerPoint is now dated as these were coming in hot last week as Rodney was working to find anything that had been missed or needed to be paid. So there are 3 bills, 2 external and 1 internal that need to be approved by town meeting. And this is because these are services and expenses that were rendered in the prior year, and because the statutory deadline is passed, it requires a 9/10 vote at town meeting to pay these bills. So 1 from the police department, 1 from the school department, and then an internal transfer from Public Works tax to Public Works utility.
To speed things along, I'm not going to call on people individually. If you have a comment or question, just raise your hand, speak up, jump right in. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Mr. Bradstreet?
I certainly like the Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, precinct 1. I certainly like to pay my bills on time. I would expect the bill to be put in on time. Can you explain to me what the support services were that require $5,800?
So the $5,800 is a small part of the much larger accounting that happens each year between the tax-supported budgets and the rate-supported budgets. So we have a number of functions, human resources, accounting, IT, where services are provided, and because we don't duplicate these positions, a tax-supported position. The accounting department supports the utilities, HR supports utilities. So there's a true-up each year where our finance director, Rodney Conley, works with Angelica Medina, our business manager, to make sure that everything has been accounted for appropriately, healthcare costs, et cetera. They've been making some changes to those processes. Since Peter Korpusik retired, Angelica has been getting up to speed and revamping some of the ways we do this. So this is one that simply got missed at year's end, and we need to correct it now, and we don't expect to see this again.
So we can blame him?
No.
Thank
Well, you can, but I wouldn't.
Any other public comment? Other public comment? Hearing none, let's go to Article 2.
Article 2, budget transfers, we have none listed, but we know of at least one that we will be presenting. We typically wait until we get closer to town meeting. We have accounts we may be monitoring to see how close it's going to be. The one that we know we'll be doing a transfer for is into fire overtime from police salary and wages. We have some vacant positions in police, and as we discussed at the budget workshop, we actually increased the fire OT line this year. We're trying to catch up to the 3-year trend. So the 23 budget is increased, but we have a gap in 22, and we're able to clean that up through existing funds. So we may have more as we get closer, but at this point, that's the one that's on the radar.
Board questions? Public questions? All right, Article 3.
Article 3, the State Public Works Grant. This is our Chapter 90 funding. We have this as part of the special town meeting each year so that David Lane, Stephen King, Chuck Farrell, and the crews can start doing road work before the end of the fiscal year. So the $200 million bond bill for streets is the same as in years past, and the $884,525 is our local allocation based on the formula.
Board questions? Public questions? Yes, sir.
Again, Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, Precinct 1. I certainly appreciate the money that the state gives us back to do these projects. Is there a list of what's to be done and the orders to be done? I can picture that some people might like to see Street A repaved because of the craters, as opposed to Street B being just made to look prettier. Is there some kind of an order for, I'm not trying to. No. I just want to know.
Mr. Bradstreet has asked an excellent question, David Lane, Public Works Director. So we do have a pavement management program that evaluates all the streets. We have a report that's looked at them all and rates them. We then take that report and use our actual visions out in the field. Both myself, Chuck Farrell, and Stephen have driven the roads, and we all have lists that we're comparing, and we're in our second or third round of going through that list of streets. Obviously, there's more that we would like to pave than we can this spring, but within the next 3 weeks, we'll be publishing a list of what roads are going to be paved this spring, and then shortly after that, we'll have another list for this fall. And that's going to be roads using both the Chapter 90 money, and we have some ARPA money that is going to be used for road paving also. So we'll do that. We've taken in a lot of comments, emails, letters from residents that talk about their roads. We encourage that. Anytime a resident contacts us, we put it in the file, and the three of us go through that also and evaluate any specific things that residents bring up in their letters, especially if there's a problem with a sidewalk or drainage. We want to hear about that.
Thank you. Article 4.
Article 4 is unique. National Grid was doing some work in town earlier this year, and long story short, Stephen King can come to the microphone, but there's some work that needs to be done as a result of what they did. We have the funds in hand, and we're looking for an appropriation so that the restoration can be completed. And Stephen will do a much better job now than I just did explaining.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and board members. Steve King, Town Engineer. This article is related to gas main replacement that was critical to National Grid's infrastructure. They had to replace a cast iron gas main that was on Elliott Street. Due to the existing utilities in the roadway, they were forced to go on the sidewalk, which is usually unconventional for them. They like to stay in the roadway. Based on the reconstruction of the sidewalk that's necessary, they've offered to support the town and pay for and give us the funds to do the construction work and complete it to our liking. So that's basically what the article is about.
Thank you. Board questions?
Yep,
Yes,
right
sir.
here.
Mr. Bennett, and then I'll turn to you, Mr.
Thank you.
Barrett.
Is this the total cost of the reconstruction for that area?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Degon?
In the abstract, the location is, I think, incorrect. It says the existing gas main on Elliott Street between Liberty and Elliott Streets. So is it
It's down to the marina entrance at that first signal past Liberty Street.
where the William Street is,
Correct, where the
where the
William Street
school
school
is?
is, yep, correct.
Okay, I got it, okay. All right, and these sidewalks, the replace, exact replacement, like asphalt or whatever?
We're going for hot mix asphalt. We're replacing hot mix asphalt with hot mix asphalt, redoing the curbing.
Yeah.
And reseeding and restoring the driveways and walkways.
Right, and you have a new, I think you have a new machine to do that work?
We do have a sidewalk paving machine, but we're probably gonna use contractors to do the work.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Public questions?
Question, with the
Yes.
contractors, do we get bonds that we talked about, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. Article 5?
Article 5 is on the special town meeting because of the timing. We have to make some changes to the controls on our HVAC system at the middle school. And by putting it in the special town meeting rather than annual, it allows for the bidding and the work to get started and to be timed better with the school vacation in the summer. So normally, we'll do buildings improvements as part of the regular warrant, and we try to schedule those in July and August when schools are closed. Because of the nature of this project, we want to be able to get that work started as early as we can, which is why it's appearing here instead. But again, this normally would be part of our buildings improvement warrant.
Board questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir?
So while we're on the HVAC for the middle school, I know in the past we've had issues with the units on the roof with electrical, with lightning strikes. Do we still encounter that problem?
You're going to make me knock on wood for the first time tonight. We have, looked at the grounding of those to see if we can minimize any, we haven't had a problem in a while with it.
Oh, good. That's
So-
nice to hear.
But that building does stick up in that field like a
Yeah,
lightning
yeah.
rod, so.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Can we put a Bernoulli cage around it?
All right, that's all I
Public
have.
questions? Thank you. Article 6.
Article 6 in the special is first of 3 articles related to this topic. If you recall, a couple of years ago, and actually every few years, we have run into this, where it only takes a couple of out-of-district special education placements to really bust the school budget. Some of these placements can range up to $300,000 a year per student, depending on the setting that is deemed best for them. And FY '22 proved to be a year where Keith Taverne and the school department saw a spike, not a large number of students, I believe it was 4, but it disrupted the school budget. The last time this happened was in FY '20, and we were fortunate enough, we were starting the bonding on the Smith School, and we had achieved considerable savings in our debt service line, and we were able to transfer funds as part of that, I believe it was at town meeting, to make the school department whole that year. This year, the recommendation is to transfer $600,000 from free cash in order to cost those mid-year expenses that were incurred. We had a strong free cash certification this year, due in part, as we discussed during the budget, to the infusion of state and federal dollars to support the town as it recovered from the pandemic, as well as very conservative budget estimates going back 18 to 24 months as we were entering into the pandemic and unsure of what to expect. So the first article here is simply to help the FY '22 budget close. The costs are baked into the FY '23 school budget. The school will be using circuit breaker funds to cover this cost in the FY '23 budget. And then by FY '24, the reimbursements will be in hand and resolve the issue then, because these costs are reimbursed by the state, but due to a timing issue, you incur the costs in the year that you're in, and it's not until a year or more later that the reimbursement arrives, so that doesn't help you. So what we're doing here is simply closing the budget. The next 2 articles, which we'll discuss in a while, have to do with the creation of a special ed stabilization fund, which is permitted by MGL, and it's designed explicitly to address the phenomenon we've run into, whereby by putting money into that fund, you can position yourself to be able to absorb these costs when they occur mid-year, and that's through a vote of the school committee, which recommends to the select board that those funds be appropriated for that purpose. So I think I just teased Articles 32 and 33, but I wanted to offer some context while we were on this slide, but we can dive into those two a little bit later.
Thank you. Board questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What's the reimbursement rate, 75% or something different?
It's, through you, Mr. Chairman, Rodney Conley, Finance Director. It's 75% after a certain threshold. I believe it's 40,000 is the minimum threshold, but essentially, yes, it's 75% reimbursement.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? Any public questions? I'll entertain a motion on the articles for the special town meeting.
Move them all favorably.
Motion made
Second.
and seconded. Any questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Okay. Reorient myself here. Familiar earth here at the beginning. Election of officers, we do not have the slate tonight, but we will have a full slate of candidates as we get closer to the town meeting. The town charter requires that these offices, some of which are ceremonial, some of which are not, be filled each year by town meeting. So no names tonight, but we will have a full slate.
Thank you. Board questions? Mr. Duggan?
So I'm concerned about, well, not concerned, but I think the last bullet item there, the River Committee, so that's important. And I know that there's at least one vacancy, possibly two. So how are we getting, how are we creating this slate of candidates?
So the individual you're referring to applied and interviewed with Mr. Sanborn and myself, and she will be recommended favorably to join the River Committee.
Okay, she'll be glad to hear that.
Yes, she will.
And what about the other people? How do they submit interest and?
So some of the, I mean, it's a bit of a mixed bag.
Kind of an honorary
The town
title?
engineer has always served as one of the two fence viewers because that is a position that from time to time does require measurements in the field. I believe for many years Bill Clark was our measurer of wood and bark. Bill Bradstreet, I believe, holds one of these titles currently. But the public health director has historically been our pound keeper. And again, in 1850, the role of the pound keeper was a little different than in 2022. So it's a mixed bag,
Yeah,
I guess is the best way of saying it.
I know, I'd like to open it up to make sure that people that are listening, that are interested, have the opportunity to apply. That's all. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Public questions? Article 2, please.
Article 2, no action required. This was, we did go through the budget in early March. Same with Article 3, the electric division budget. Article 4 is the Essex Tech.
Before we get to that, any board questions on Article 2 or 3? Public questions on Article 2 or 3? Thank you.
Article 4 is our annual assessment from Essex Tech. So actually, Articles 4 and 5 are related to the Essex Tech. The first is our obligation to pay the FY22 assessment, which is based on the enrollment from October of 2021, which was based on admissions decisions that were made in April of 2021. So for the fourth or fifth year out of the past 6, we're facing what is approaching a 15% increase in our assessment based on the continued growth of the student enrollment from Danvers at the Tech, which I guess is a perfect segue into Article 5. But so the first article, Article 4, our assessment of $3.865 million is up 13.72% year over year, and this is a required payment by state law.
Board questions on that article? Public questions on that article? Mr. Bradstreet? This is specific to the article where we have to pay $3.865.
Article 5 about the Essex.
4.
Yeah. We're still on 4, sir.
Okay.
Did you have a question on 4, or did you want to wait?
Just, an observation and a comment. It seems that a couple of the meetings, it's been discussed about the lack of cooperation that the town has received from the school itself. Maybe I've misinterpreted what I've heard, but it's just that what we used to call the Aggie, it's necessary. We're trying to educate the kids with a regular education and a trade. I guess I'm disappointed when I read the paper that we're sending young people there and they're moving on, not moving into the trade that money's been spent to train them. I don't know if that's been part of the discussion. It's something I've heard. I'm just concerned if we're getting money's worth.
I can appreciate your concern, and I think that's going to be addressed in Article 5. Article 4 is specifically to the money that we have to pay based on our
Well,
assessment.
and again, that's part of it too.
Yeah.
How much is it costing us? Why is it costing us?
It says right here,
so much?
$3,865,576.
That's a general question. How much is it costing us? Are we getting our money's worth out of
It's
this?
subjective, and I can't think we can speak to that.
I'm sure you can. I just wanted it out there so people could hear it. I'm sure there are people who have the question, but you don't know when or how to get it out there. That's why I like to talk.
Thank you. Any other questions on 4? No?
I was going to thank Bill for the perfect segue into Article number 5.
There we go.
Okay, so Article 5 is the culmination of really about two years' worth of dialogue. We started talking about this issue in the winter of 2019, 2020, when we received an assessment increase that was north of $600,000. And that year represented about 1 out of every $3 that we were spending in the town of Danvers above and beyond the prior year expenditure. So the other 2 out of $3 were left for everything from schools to police to senior services to general government, public works, et cetera. At that time, we approached the tech and expressed some concerns about that, asked that they consider, we sent them a letter which is included as an appendix in this warrant, expressing our concerns and asking them to engage in a dialogue with us and other districts about an admissions policy that would try at least to balance out a little bit the enrollment across the 17-member districts. They were not receptive to that idea. A subcommittee met about a year later and actually never addressed our specific question. They talked more about some recent guidance from DESE pertaining to making sure that the socioeconomic status of students was more well represented in technical schools. That was guidance that was broad across the state, not just at Essex Tech. We had been encouraged at the very beginning of this to ask for a Danvers-specific target if in the event that the school did not take up our broader conversation. So a year in, we did make that request, and that request was rejected. And at the time, it was suggested to us that we could also pursue a legislative cure, which is what is before you tonight. So I won't belabor. There are several pages of information in the warrant booklet. Some of the highlights, though, in the past 4 years, the town's assessment at Essex Tech has increased by 54%. We, as a town, make up close to 20% of the student body. We're one of 17 member districts. Our population as a percent of the district is about 9%, so we're close to double represented if you were using population as a basis. Since we've raised these concerns, the acceptance rates have actually increased. And to get to Mr. Bradstreet's point, close to 70% of the graduates from Essex Tech go on to 2 or 4 year colleges. And when the school department took a look at a couple of years worth of MCAS scores of 8th graders making their way to the tech, they were statistically the same as the students who were matriculating to Danvers High. But the cost to educate the students at the tech for the average cost for the taxpayers at Danvers, I believe, is close to $9,000 more per student. So in the past, the $2.5 million increase in the tech assessment certainly has, those dollars would have otherwise been allocated to any number of departments, but I think it's pretty easy to draw a line between the Danvers public schools and the funds that are being reallocated to the Essex Tech, and we of course have more than 3,000 students who attend Danvers Public Schools, and we're currently sending 230 students to Essex Tech. So again, I will take any questions, but I won't belabor the explanation. But essentially, as I mentioned, Danvers represents about 9% of the sending districts. Our initial proposal was to the school was that they try to establish, that they consider establishing a policy that would try to allocate seats closely to that, which in our case would have been about 110 seats. The proposal that is included in the warrant actually sets the mark closer to 12%. So we currently have 230 students there. Based on our member population, we would be about 110 seats there. The proposal here would be that over the next 4 years, classes of roughly 40 students be accepted, which would, in 5 years, would result in a Danvers population of about 160 students at the school. So 70 less than are there today, but 50 more than would otherwise be there based on population. And part of the rationale for that is that when you do look across the Commonwealth, typically you do see slightly higher attendance rates by the host or neighboring communities just based on proximity. So some of that is natural. But at this point, I think nobody can question the investment that Danvers has made in that school, considering that we represent close to 20% of the student body and have far and away seen our assessment increase much, much faster than the other member districts. So happy to take any questions that you have about this proposal.
Board questions? Yes.
First, to just talk about the material that was included in the booklet. So I think that kudos to you for putting together not only the verbiage for the article, but also the appendix items. I think for the casual observer reading through that material will really understand what the position is that the town is encountering. It's just not tenable to continue year over year to see these types of increases. It's to the detriment of our new high school. I think, it's the funding has to come from somewhere, and if it results in teacher layoffs at the high school, if that's something that's it's not going to be a long-term solution. So. Specific to the home rule, is this something that was modeled on something that another community has done, or is this a brand new kind of solution that we're trying here?
So we reached out to the Senator Lovely's office prior to the holidays to start the discussion with her about whether town council should attempt to draft something or whether Senate council would want to weigh in on, just like if we're writing a bylaw, we want to make sure that we're writing it in a way that is feasible and enforceable and lands in the appropriate place. So the language that's here was prepared by Senate counsel. So the attorney who works for the Senate prepared this and gave it to the town through Senator Lovely's office. So this has been, the Senate attorney decided where the appropriate place in state law would be for this to exist.
And is it the Senate that approves the home rule, or is it also the House?
The House and the Senate.
Right. And do we have a sense of the type of success that we might have with this? Have we done any feelers or any kind of, we've talked to our representatives?
I've had discussions with our representative and our senator, and to the extent that our town meeting votes to send this forward, they're prepared to shepherd it through.
Okay.
But they would certainly, just like any other piece of legislation, it has to be approved by both houses.
Yeah, well, I think if the State House realizes that you and your team have already tried to work it through channels with the school and tried to work with the school board there and tried to explain to them the impact that enrollment increases year over year is having, and you've really gotten nowhere. So I think you've already done your due diligence. This is kind of almost like a last resort for us. Because the school, the Essex Tech is not being receptive to our situation, and it's, we're kind of in a tough position where we don't really have any options. So, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Other board questions? I do. I always get stuck on hard numbers, the number 40. I'm looking at the end where it gives the exact language that we would forward, no more than 40 students in each incoming freshman class. Just out of curiosity, would it make more sense to say something like no more than 1.25% of the proportional population each year? As populations go up and down, as things happen, other communities may get a much higher population or a much lower population. The number 40 is finite.
So when the superintendent was here in early March, and you asked the question about whether we were at capacity, the answer for a number of years has been that we're approaching capacity. We've now reached capacity, but the response I heard was, unless there's another campus expansion.
Right.
And so the advantage of a fixed number is that future town meetings will have the right, anytime they choose, to amend that number. So, in other words, if the 2022 May town meeting votes to send this to the legislature, and in several years, there is a reason why a future town meeting may want to consider adjusting that number, nothing would preclude the town meeting from doing just that.
And sending it back to the Senate.
And sending it back to, for an update.
For an update.
Right.
Okay, just an observation.
But you could, certainly the percent, you could put a percent into, and I think part of what was complicated with that when we were thinking this through with town attorney, is that there are seats assigned to member districts, there are also agricultural seats. So to define that in writing in state law would probably require very specific language from the state, from the Senate Council. And just as an aside, it took 3 months to get this language.
Yeah,
and
I'm comfortable that Senate Council has drafted
Yeah.
this, and just,
But that number could be
I don't
adjusted.
want the unintended consequences 10 years from now. Thank you. Any other board questions? Any public questions? Thank you. Article 6.
Can I make a comment? Jack?
You men, hey, please.
I just think that the town manager should be commended for the energy and patience in dealing with Essex Aggie on this budget issue over the last 2 years. It would have driven me nuts. Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. That's all.
Thank you. Article 6.
Article 6 is a vote that the board takes each year to authorize Jill Summit, our treasurer collector, to collect the taxes in town that are to be collected.
Board questions? Public questions? Thank you. Article 7.
Article 7, annual reports were mailed out earlier this year, and by law, they must be formally accepted by the town meeting. Not much to add there.
Board questions? Public questions? Article 8.
I think we're going to jump to 10, according to the slide. Is that right, Ronnie? Okay.
Okay.
Article 10, school transportation vehicles. There's a request this year of $170,000 for the purchase of 1 school bus and 2 vans to replace. This is not growing the fleet. This is simply replacing vehicles that have reached the end. I anticipated the question, Bill, so I thought I would answer it in my explanation. So this is replacement of current vehicles. The school does contract out for the majority of its transportation services, but there are certain services where it is much more cost-effective to have the fleet and the drivers to do some of the specialty driving with the vans, and also having a bus to be able to do some of the extracurriculars where it would be considerably more expensive to have a contractor provide that service.
Board questions on Article 10? Public questions? Mr. Bradstreet?
Again, Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, Precinct 1. Are any of these replacement vehicles being considered as being electric powered as opposed to gas? I listened the other night that I think there's a police vehicle up in Topsfield that's electric. I don't know, is it the Electric Light Division has a electric powered vehicle? Can we save money, look into it, or is it possible to perhaps get to that? We have charging stations, some. Is it gonna be forced on us later on, or would it be simple just to step into it now?
I was going to make a joke that we can't do electric school buses, but David's going to stand up and tell me that if we really wanted to, I'm sure we could, but.
definitely we need to take a look to see, can we get an electric school bus? They do exist. The school bus this is replacing is in very poor condition, so we can't wait a long time to get it. But we're going to evaluate both the school bus and the school vans. We're doing it right across the fleet with investigating what we can do to do electric vehicles. We have a number of them coming into the fleet next year. But with the bus, it's really, can we get it in the time? And then we also have some money in our electric conservation efficiency line item to go to help the town if there's an upcharge between a regular fossil fuel vehicle and an electric vehicle to help out with that.
Any other public questions? Thank you.
Article 9, this is an exciting article, actually. We've been funding and building out our fiber network to connect all of our municipal sites over the past, really, 4 or 5 years. This is a project that our IT director, Colby Cousins, has spearheaded. You'll recall probably 7 years ago now, we learned that all of the copper wiring was being phased out by the telecoms. And when Colby started to look at the costs to pay for that service through the private sector on a monthly basis, he determined very quickly that it would be much more cost effective for the town to build its own fiber network to connect all of our municipal sites. And Colby's sitting here, but I'm speaking for him. He described this to us 5 years ago as sort of a spoke and wheel approach, where we want to connect all these sites with fiber and then eventually put the tire on to have redundancy. This final phase of the project is the redundancy, but the return on investment for the fiber that we've installed to date was 3 years when you compare what the ongoing cost would have been versus the capital investment that we've made. So really, it's a big success, and so this is the final piece of that. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Colby. But.
Well said, well said.
Thanks, sir.
Any questions?
Board questions on Article 9? Public questions on Article 9? Thank you.
Okay, now, Colby, you're up for this one. I'm not going to tackle this one. So now to Article 8. This is our annual technology plan. Part of it is very normal and routine. The last part is not, and we can talk a little bit about some of the recent efforts that Colby has been at the front of on the regional front. But Colby, why don't you take this away?
So Colby Cousins, IT Director, Mr. Chairman. This is the annual technology plan. It's broken down by general government, public schools, the library, and there's one other item in here I'll explain when we get to it. The general government request is for about 180. That includes some server support, some switching equipment, some batteries, and some Wi-Fi. The public school request is 156. That includes some projectors, some iMac replacements, and some clear touchscreen boards. Peabody Institute of Library, they have some laptop replacements, their regular equipment refresh cycle, and some software licensing. There's a line item here for general government regional IT for $90,000. That is to support the ongoing costs associated with a regional IT project that we're doing. We're rolling out a cybersecurity posture for the region. There's an annual renewal on the suite of products that we're implementing, and this will support that annual renewal. We'll collect a revenue with a margin on that number in this next fiscal year.
And if I could elaborate a little bit on the last piece, the regional. So the explanation describes an initial investment that was made in December. I believe some of the board members attended a meeting that the Finance Committee held in December, and then we discussed it after that, where the Finance Committee appropriated out of the Finance Committee reserve to enable Colby to make a procurement on behalf of 6 other municipalities in the region to stand up the cybersecurity posture that he just described, which is fast becoming a mandate that communities have these protections in place. We have intermunicipal agreements signed with 6 other communities to participate in this. There's a massive economy of scale by doing this with partners as opposed to on our own. And the $90,000 proposed here supplements the appropriation that the Finance Committee made But conservatively, I believe the number here, we have agreements in place where we'll have $285,000 in revenue coming in as a result of putting this in place. And we've been in discussions with the state. We thought we were going to have a proposal for this town meeting to set up a revolving account to start to utilize some of the revenue for additional regional efforts. But we're running into, what we're doing here is a bit cutting edge, and so the state is scratching its head a little bit to try to figure out what the right mechanism is to do this. Typically, when you, and I'm going a little far afield here, but typically when you think about a regional effort like the regional dispatch, you have a standalone entity with its own space, its own staff, its own executive director. Statute is very well equipped to accommodate those organizational types. In Danvers, we are the host community, we're the larger community, and we have smaller communities that want to partner with us. We're not standing up a regional IT department that operates on its own. We are the regional IT department. We're looking for a mechanism other than funds coming in and sort of mixing into free cash each year and then get appropriating back out. We don't have that. We don't have a solution to that yet. So in the meantime, we make an appropriation here to do these projects. The revenue that comes back will go into the general fund as part of our free cash certification and so forth. And obviously Rodney and his team are accounting for that. But that's something that Colby's been at the front of that, working in the region.
Thank you. Board questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Dunn.
Can we just expand a little bit about this collaboration we have with the, I saw a number here, how many communities there were, 6 communities.
6 partner communities.
Right.
Yep.
So do these other communities, they have their own IT department? Like they have somebody on site, like a tech support person that that works with you?
They do not. So all 6 partner communities, they're small towns. They don't have any on-site IT staff. They use contracted support. So one of the things we're doing is bringing a comprehensive support vendor to the region. It's a partnership that we've forged with Danvers, with this managed service provider. They'll service the whole region. We negotiated a very good rate to act as a reference customer, as a collaborative. So that's one of the advantages we've found of being a collaborative. Our purchasing power allows us to negotiate certain things like that.
Right.
We crossed 1,000 user license threshold, and that gave us a bulk wholesale purchase price. So that's another example of cost savings we've achieved by working together. And you know, we're all facing the same challenges with cybersecurity. So as I was designing a comprehensive cybersecurity package for Danvers, you know, we're working with IT, with all of these partners. It made sense to expand that security fabric that we use to protect ourselves out to protect the region, to kind of provide that opportunity to all of our regional partners. So we procured a solution, and they pay us back for it with a slight margin. So we collect revenue, we collect net revenue, and it's kind of a win-win for all involved. We manage the back end of the solution for them as part of that revenue we collect. So those communities without any IT staff, without any strategic leadership in IT to kind of package these solutions together and vet the vendors and go through the procurement process with them. You know, I think we've been adding a lot of value as a lead community, and the response has been great.
Yeah.
And everyone's been very engaged so far.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive. It's a great program, and you get, like you mentioned, the economies of scale. Now, when you talk about security, are these communities compartmentalized? Like there's firewalls in place so that if something happened in another community, it wouldn't reverberate into our data center? Is that what you're talking about?
That's correct, yes. So the whole solution is built with firewalls. So we're running fiber optic cable out to all of these communities. We're going to connect our own infrastructure. We've raised $380,000 in grant funding to date for that fiber optic project. And we're lighting up that fiber with firewalls. So all of the devices, the network devices on that network will be firewalls. So that infrastructure will be robust and secure. And then portions of the solution are cloud-based, so and multi-tenant, so we configure tenancies for each of our partners, and they're completely segmented from us. And then in our data center environment, we have a micro-segmentation within our data center environment. Basically, every server has its own firewall, so no server talks to another server without going through a firewall.
All right. Well, that's great. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Any other board questions?
I just say, wow, very smart.
I say that a lot. too.
Yeah, really, wow. And getting revenue, too. I mean, can you just, what are the 6 communities? I'm just curious.
It is Middleton, Topsfield, Hamilton, Wenham, Essex, and Manchester by the Sea.
Wow, good. Well, keep up the good work, Colby.
Yeah, it's been a fun project.
Yeah,
It's been interesting.
It's a lot, but it's good. All set?
Any other board questions? Any other public questions? Mr. Bradstreet?
I know it's $90,000. I'd like to think that, and I'm sure it is, that we're active as opposed to reactive to what I read in the paper about this business or operation being hacked or whatever. I assume it's next to impossible to eliminate all of the intrusions, but we're doing the best we can. Is this enough money to protect us? Do we need more money?
So I'll say yes, it's enough money. And I'll also say, although Colby would probably love the challenge, you never want to trumpet too loudly what you're doing because the bad actors are always 2 steps ahead.
I know.
And
They listen.
if you say you have a bulletproof system, somebody's going to decide that's a challenge worth accepting. So,
Yep.
but Colby and his team are doing good work. And to his credit, there are some federal regulations that are, if not on the way, then will be on the way, that are going to set a kind of a base standard for what's required. And Colby's been reviewing that, and so we're putting ourselves in a position to be in compliance with that when eventually it hits. So
I'm not questioning his effort. But again, if he needs more money, do you think it might be a prudent thing?
I'm going to schedule a conversation for Rodney and Colby tomorrow to talk that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Article 11, please.
Okay. Now we're into the meat and potatoes of the public works portion of the night. We talked earlier about the Chapter 90 money. We do supplement that each year with free cash so that we can go along and do local improvements alongside the improvements that we can make using the state funds. And as was mentioned earlier, part of the ARPA plan that was approved in the fall included funds to catch up on some of our pavement work as well. So this year, we're recommending $450,000 be appropriated for Public Works and the Streets Division to do this work.
Board questions?
I'm going to say that I see the guys out there, Dave, they're doing a good job. Thank you.
Public questions? Article 12.
Article 12, I'm going to call Mr. King to the microphone, and he pointed something out to us earlier in our effort to streamline and condense the warrant. We combined 2 articles that he would like to see because otherwise it's unenforceable as 2 separate articles. So we're going to be asking, we don't need separate votes, but we just wanted to make note to this board that we'll vote this tonight, but the Finance Committee will be reviewing 2 separate articles related to the layout and acceptance of the public ways.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So, Steve King, Town Engineer. Good evening, Board. Article 12 is related to roadway layout and acceptance as public ways. As Steve just mentioned earlier, we are going to be separating these 2. We usually ask for a street acceptance program article, which would appropriate funding for us to continue our street layout and acceptance program. We also have a separate article that we line up for acceptance of public ways. These ways would have been the ones that we had our public hearing on back in March, related to Norwich Road, Puritan Road, West Wind, Riverside, in Norwich. So we're looking to have one article that will accept those ways, town meeting to accept those ways as public ways, and we'll do the order of taking at the next select board meeting in August and September, and then record those decisions. And then the other article will be related to continuing the program next year with the next 4 or 5 streets that we'd like to pick, do the as-builts, also do the layout and recording fees that are necessary to accept those roadways. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Board questions on Article 12? Public questions on Article 12? Thank you. Article 13?
We'll do Article 14 because it's quick, and then we'll jump into 13. Article 14 is the annual appropriation that we make for the next dredging project. So we typically set aside $20,000 a year in free cash so that when the design related to our next major dredging project is set to start, we have funds on hand to initiate that process. The project itself would never be funded through $20,000 a year allocations. It will be probably north of $5 million easily when we get to that. With a major dredging coming up, probably in FY '26, '27,
Correct, yep.
planning for which would have to start in FY '24 or so to get the permitting rolling. So happy to take questions on that before we get to the next one, which is a fairly unusual article.
Board questions on Article 14? Public questions on Article 14? Let's go to the fairly unusual one.
Fairly unusual, and we have the right man at the microphone, but Article 13 is a request to borrow $4.5 million to kickstart the project to fill in the horseshoe at the landfill with clean fill. That is a standalone project that will more than pay for itself, as noted in the warrant explanation. Stephen and his team have engaged outside engineering to help design this project, and they will help us to monitor and see it through. Once that project is complete, the long-awaited solar project that Mr. Bradstreet asks us about from time to time will be able to start, and that will be a project through the electric division. But the project that Steve's going to talk about tonight is a general fund side project, and this borrowing will allow us to complete the work that needs to be done while the revenue starts to come in, and ultimately, not directly, but we'll be able to use the proceeds to pay off the debt. So.
Steve, Mr. Town Manager, thank you.
Yep.
So if select boards, if you remember a brief history, I want to say back in 2020, we first presented this project to the select board in relation to closing in landfill area 1, which is shown right here. Basically creating a valley within the center of that landfill area. We intended to infill it with, we gave you options of either clean or impacted fill. Which so impacted, we're also calling as contaminated. The board at that time chose to go with the cleaner fills. We also thought that was advantageous for us for the permitting process through Mass DEP. So since 2020 up until just this past December 2021, we've been working with Mass DEP to get our approval to start importing fill into this area. So we have a timetable of 2 years. Starting eligible in July of 2022 through 2024 to start importing soils. This process will allow us to have contractors, developers submit soil packages to the town. We would then approve them, and then we would charge them a fee for bringing in a certain amount of cubic yards or tonnage per day based on the approvals that we give them. Based on what Steve said already, we're estimating we're requesting an appropriation of $4.5 million. With the current soil market prices that we're seeing right now, we'd be charging roughly $20 per yard, and that would equate to about a $7.5 million profit in total that we would get through the project over the next 2 years. And we're looking at current soil market prices between other towns and other landfills, and we think that's a conservative number that we're working with right now.
Board questions? Mr. Bennett?
Thank you. Stephen, how will you get to Area 1 off the highway?
So we using Route 1 South, we'll be going off the East Coast Road through here, with the tractor trailers. We'll then have to be setting up a temporary scale to weigh all the trucks coming in. Then we'll be building a temporary road past the existing transfer station, and then building out a gravel roadway around the entire site. The first phase of the construction will actually build a road into the valley, and we'll start piling up into the middle of the landfill area, and then we'll be shaping the contour like a mound, like existing landfill 2 or 3 area.
Okay.
That will give us our peak, be able to set the solar panel arrays on top of it.
It'll take you a couple of years to fill it. Is there a time frame before you can start putting the solar panels up? Does the ground have to be compacted, settled?
It will be, we know it will be compacted, we know it will consolidate because the material's bringing it in, and machines running back and forth over it with the trucks. But we also know there's also going to be a back-end permitting process that we're going to do with Mass DEP for post-closure use for the landfill, and that's going to take us some time as well. And also lumen seed and grass as well to get it back and established before we just start putting solar
All
panels
right,
up.
so we're borrowing 4.5, we'll get that money back. What will the estimated cost of the solar panels, you don't know now, prices fluctuate, but how long before you'll have a solar panel, array of solar panels operating?
So that, I think, probably leans to you, but I would say maybe 2 to 3 years on the electric side.
2 or 3 from now, or 2 or 3 after it's filled?
2 or 3 from when it's filled.
So we're looking at 5 years.
Correct.
And just to clarify, the funding related to this project is separate and distinct from the solar project. So we wouldn't use the profit. So these are estimates, but conservatively, it'll be a $4.5 million project to design, build, permit, and close this space that we're describing. And we will see, I think $6.5 million is listed in the warrant because we didn't want to overstate it, but conservatively $7.5 million based on current fees. So there is, by design, a cushion, or we wouldn't be talking about this.
Sure.
Anything that's collected in excess of the bonds due would make its way to free cash. Some of the ideas we've talked about presenting to this board in town meeting, we've been talking now for a while about the Public Works project. So if for example, we generated $2 million in excess revenue on the landfill closure project, that could be used toward parcel acquisition or to offset some of the debt costs for that project, or it just could be used for any other. Once that project is complete, then the electric division will investigate whether it makes sense to buy versus enter into a third-party agreement to put the solar panels up there. That'll be a project and a contract between Danvers Electric and the vendor. So
That's separate.
separate project.
That's right. I like the idea of dedicating the funds to acquisition of a DPW location. Other than that, you just put it in free cash?
It would be appropriated as any other dollar would.
Okay.
Once we pay down the bond.
Right. And the bond term of the bonds?
10 years? We would be paying it off much faster than that, but do you have that? Or maybe we probably haven't designed that yet, but that's.
You're gonna do band short-term or long-term?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so unfortunately, we went back and forth with bond counsel. We can't directly take the revenue and just pay off the costs associated. So essentially, the revenue will fall to free cash, and we can short-term borrow and maybe not have to permanently issue the debt, which would be good, and just pay off the bands with the money that falls to free cash. Otherwise, we could look at a short-term permanent borrowing. But yeah, I would expect it to be 10 years or less.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions? Yes, sir?
For you, Mr. King, so I remember the conversation we had about the contaminated fill versus the clean fill, and I think people saw that down the road it made sense to use clean fill, even though we would make much less money or much less revenue. So the actual activity of moving the soil around within this, I think you called it a horseshoe, is that going to be done by a town employee with like a bulldozer or something, or is there going to be a contractor performing that work?
We'll be contracting out, bidding out for these services.
Right. Because it's kind of sporadic work, right? Unless you're getting soil coming in, it sounds like it's spread out over a big time
Yeah,
frame.
so we're permitted and spread over 2 years, but within a contract, we'll solicit the services for either an hourly day for an operator and equipment to be out there. And
Right.
we'll make sure we line up the language within the contract so that they're ready to go as soon as we have a soil package that's approved and ready for soils to start being transported to the area.
Okay. And this road that you're going to be constructing, that will be a permanent road, right? Because you'll need to get back in there on a regular basis if you put the panels there.
It won't be a paved road back there. We'll
No.
be using process millings and fill
Yeah.
to build up the road.
Yeah, think you need to have it.
Because we still need to have access to the entire site for our landfill monitoring, which
Yeah.
is required for our filter station.
Okay. Oh, is there a road there now?
Correct,
Yeah, okay. And then, for when we're moving that soil around, so there's residents there in the gray area, that's Peabody. Will we be doing some kind of, like spraying the soil down to keep the dust levels minimized?
Yes,
So
we'll have
that
it.
if the wind is blowing and the soil's being moved around, I could see that dust being blown into that neighborhood.
So we will have a dust management program set up in
Okay.
place for the contractor to follow.
Okay. All right, well, sounds like a great project. Wish you success with it.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Other board questions?
Follow-up,
Sure.
if I
go ahead.
may. To follow up on Matt's question, I was going to ask that about the dust and the neighbors, but also hours of operation and noise levels. Will there be restrictions on hours of operation?
So we'll typically do our normal Monday through Friday operations, 7 to 4. We are planning to allow for a surcharge if they want to come in on a Saturday, but that would be pre-planned in advance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, no.
Thank you. I have a question. Why the necessity for a temporary scale? Could we not use the Covanta scale?
So the Covanta scale is a 60-foot scale. For the trailers that are coming in, we need to have at least a 70-foot scale. And for the volume, if we had a 60-foot scale, we have to do 2 measurements. With the 7-foot scale, we can do 1 measurement with the trailers. So depending on we could have 45 truckloads coming in one day. In order to be efficient, we need to get on the scale and get them off the scale.
Any other board questions? Any public questions? Mr. Bradstreet?
I know it's Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, precinct 1. I know it's always about the bottom line. The prior town manager, I gave him a newspaper article, I forget the community. They got grant money, I believe, from the state to do a project for them to put in solar panels. Is there any help from the state, grants available? I mean, I like to spend the town's money, but can we get some of that money someplace else?
So I'm going to suggest that the question is more appropriately to the electric division. When this article is about fill, less about the solar panels. So I think that when we get to the solar panel part of that project, perfectly sound and reasonable question. I just don't want to mix apples and oranges. This one, I want people to focus on the fact that this is specifically identified as separate from the electric division.
I'm just concerned about the money.
We all, yes, as we all are. Any other board questions? Any other public questions on the fill amendment? Thank you. We can move on. It's David's. Is that coming from you? No, it's David's. Okay. If it goes off again, I'll take care of it.
So this is the part where I can go fill my glass of water, and the Stephen King and David Lane show is about to commence, because now we're into the nitty-gritty of our infrastructure projects that are proposed for the year. We have a summary slide here, which is, I think, helpful to follow along, and it outlines the projects that are proposed this year from the sewer project, sewer retained earnings, starting with Article 16, which is on page 11 in your booklets. And I would defer to Mr. King to walk the board through these.
So you're starting on 16, but do we go back to, oh, I see. We go back to 15. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I'm going to start what's up on the screen so everybody can follow along.
Run, rabbit.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Article 16 is for our comprehensive lining and spot repairs. If you remember, we appropriated in 2017. We did a 5-year, $4 million authorization for comprehensive spot repairs and lining. We're actually at the end of that. It's been 5 years already. We made some terrific headway. We've been able to capture a lot of II, which is inflow and infiltration within our sewer collection system. So this would actually take it on to the next year, prior to us coming up with another comprehensive plan for the next 5 years. So we're requesting appropriation of $750,000 to continue with the design and construction of the next phase, just a single phase lining project but they then give us some time to build into a bigger program for the next 5 years, 5 to 6 years. That's our wastewater collection and spot repairs.
Board, any questions on this article? Public? Thank you.
Moving on to wastewater facilities maintenance, called asset management, flushing and cleaning flushing and cleaning sewer lines and CCTV inspections. This is our annual maintenance program. We pick certain portions of the town, and we do our cleaning of our sewer wastewater collection system, and we also camera all of our sewer mains. This is where we pick up if there's any breaks, cracks, leaks, and this helps build out our actual previous warrant article for comprehensive lining. So we do this every year. We move through certain sections of the town. We investigate where there can be potential leaks, potential breaks from previous contractors working the road potentially, or just root intrusion and general wear and tear on our collection system. So this is our annual program that we just appropriate typically at $200,000. That gets us the design, engineering, and construction for the projects.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Stephen, I guess my question is, how different is this article from number 16, and why aren't they combined together using sewer retained earnings for both? Why the two articles?
One article is separate. It's completely separate work by two different contractors.
Okay,
which
that
typically
probably
see the
explains
business.
it.
So we have one contractor can just clean and TV the sewer lines. We have another contractor that actually has the technology and infrastructure to be able to build out lining the actual sewer pipes, like replacing them with trenchless technology.
So you're saying to me we have no projects where we use two different contractors? Or
Each of these articles typically uses different contractors for the type of work.
typically? Not always?
99.9% of the time.
So I think Rodney would agree. Theoretically, we could put these together and expand the article out, just because it's separate work. The one that we TV, we're seeing what the condition looks like, and we're planning for the work that this other article fixes the next year. So not only is it different contractors, it's a different type of work. But theoretically, we could combine it. It's just the way we've chosen to do it for a number of years now.
And if I could add on, Article 16 over the past few years was funded through a bond authorization.
Right.
So the town meeting approved a 5-year bonding program. We've completed that, and based on the position of our retained earnings this year, we're essentially cash funding this work for a year, and we'll most likely be coming back next year to seek an additional bond authorization. So that's another reason why we've been doing the smaller project, the $200,000 we do each year as a free cash appropriation. The $750 has been bonded the last few years, and this year it's cash. Next year we'll go back to bond.
Yeah, it really didn't make a difference if they're, but you were using sewer retained earnings on both. That's why I question why the two projects, or two warrant articles. Thank you.
This is where I should editorialize, say, if the town meeting wanted to take only 4 votes to vote a bottom line town budget, a bottom line sewer budget, a bottom line water budget, and a bottom line electric budget, we can do all of these things. And we'll never have to come back to move money around.
Don't say that.
Other board questions? Yes, sir.
So this is timely because the board received a letter this afternoon from a resident who has a town-owned tree. The roots are growing into her sewer line. And I don't know if it's on the private property or public property, but is that something that you encounter during this TV inspection? You see tree roots in the pipes?
We can see some tree roots in the pipes, yep.
Yeah.
Grease, tree roots. Some of the older infrastructure is clay and what we call AC, asbestos lines, cement pipes, which are susceptible to tree root intrusion.
But these inspections are for main lines, right? They're not for drops at residences, so you wouldn't see that type of interference, correct?
So what we would catch on the CCTV programs, if we're going by inside a sewer main, we can camera to each lateral, and if we see infiltration from water on a dry day, we know that there could be a potential leak, either from a cracked pipe or root intrusion. So then we can do further investigation and look up a pipe and see exactly where the break may be coming from.
And you do that as a regular course of business? You don't just, because I'm imagining that you just go down the middle of the road and you're not really looking at what's what the connections are like.
No, we look at each of the connections, how it ties into the main line.
Oh, okay, that's
And then there's water
comprehensive,
coming
yeah.
in, Yep.
Okay. All right, so this resident, we should advise her to maybe get on your list so you can look at her specific property?
Just to let you know that we've been working with this resident for several years now, and a well-understood issue.
Oh, okay, all right, I thought it was a
Not
new
new.
situation.
Not new, it's the one on Weston Street we've talked about and worked with them in the past, and the emails to our Senate and representative have initiated more discussions, and I'm certain
Okay,
those will be
all right,
happening.
that's fine. Sounds like it's already, somebody's already working on it, Bill. All right, thanks, that's all I have.
Any other questions?
Any other questions on this article? Any public questions on this article? Thank you.
Moving on to Adam Street Culvert replacement. This warrant article is requesting appropriation of $44,000 to continue, or for us to do the preliminary design to replace the existing culvert that runs through Crane Brook underneath Adam Street. We've gotten a request from the neighbors and residents that abut the brook. There's some disconnectivity between the inlet and outlet of the existing 24-inch concrete pipe that transmits the water through basically Rebecca Nurse property down into the mill pond. So there's also a retaining wall that's failed on the side of it as well that we're looking to see if we can redesign that to a more sustainable infrastructure type wall that will hold up the foundation of the house. The foundation of the house is roughly 10 feet from the center line of the brook. So they are concerned about their home and their dwelling. So we're looking to do some geotechnical analysis and finalize a design to potentially bring on the next town meeting the construction dollars needed to replace the pipe and retaining wall. And we do currently have an easement on the property as well to do this work.
Thank you. Any board questions on Article 15?
Yeah, right here.
Yes, sir?
So when you talk about the easement, because there's a rail spur there that goes from 75 Sylvan over to the main line of the rail trail. So is that the easement that the town owns?
This is further up on Adam Street.
Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Any other board questions on Article 15? Any public questions on Article 15? Thank you. Down to 17.
The 17 is the Meadow Dam Safety Inspection. So per the Office of Dam Safety at DCR, we're required to inspect our significant hazard dams every 5 years. Meadow Dam is is up for renewal, so we have to do a Phase 1 inspection report again. We would basically be requesting this money to have our on-site consultant, our dam expert, do a appropriate evaluation of the dam, determine if there's anything that needs to get fixed or repaired in immediate time, and then support that and submit that report to the Office of Dam Safety at the DCR.
Any questions by the board?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes?
So for this metal pond, so in the wintertime, there's boards installed across the spillway. And what that causes is the water to actually overflow the entire dam, including the earthen endpoints. So is that those boards, they compromise the integrity of the dam?
That hasn't been brought up in the last inspection, but again, they do a full comprehensive inspection beyond the concrete structure to the earthen dam, and evaluate that for flood analysis and break analysis.
Yeah, because if you look at it, there's so much water just top flowing right over the top. It seems like that's not really the way the dam was designed to work.
And that's why they class it as significant hazard. So they do want us to inspect it and make sure that we're keeping an eye on it.
Okay, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board questions on Article 17? Any public questions on Article 17? Thank you. A few pages to 25.
Drainage maintenance article, this is a typical article that we put in every year to maintain our stormwater system. If there's any repairs that the street division needs to do over the course of the fiscal year, this is where this money is allocated towards doing those repairs.
Any board questions on Article 25? Any public questions on Article 25? Thank you very much. Okay, ready to move on?
The next four articles will encompass our water facilities, or the storage, treatment, distribution, or booster stations. Article 19 is for the Lakeview Avenue Booster Station replacement. This is a early 1990s booster station that was put in as part of the subdivision over in Lakeview. It's roughly just over 30 years old at this point. We did an evaluation of it with one of our consultants. There are some mechanical components that need to be changed out. The pumps not operating to the right fire flows that we need right now. We're also looking at water intrusion and corrosion of the electrical components within the booster station. So this is all subsurface. All the electrical components, communication equipment, and electrical was all within the booster station on the ground. At this point, it's located right next to the Putnam Mill Reservoir, so there's a lot of water that comes in through that area. We're basically we looked at a few options. We looked at one, replacement in kind, actually just removing the components internally, trying to reshore the existing structure, and then going back and putting in new pumps. We looked at putting in a new booster station right next to it. And then we also looked at just doing a few minor upgrades. At the end of the evaluation, we thought trying to do the intermediate steps of just replacing it in kind or doing the pump upgrades would require a significant amount of bypass pumping, which comes with its own set of standards, set of challenges within that system. So we figured that we'd actually get more cost savings if we do a whole brand new station. We keep the existing station live and active until we're ready to swap over in a 1-2 day scenario, and then we can actually turn the new station on. So we thought with the less effect to the residents as far as bypass pumping, we'd be able to put a brand new booster station in, new equipment, and not disrupt the immediate high service area, which is Lakeview and Bridlesburg area. And so this request was for $1.43 million to do this replacement. I'll take any questions.
Any board questions on Article 19?
Right here.
Yes.
So this booster station, that's only for those two streets, the Lakeview and this Bridal Spur?
Correct, yep.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Any public questions on this article? Great. Moving on.
Number 8, excuse me, the water treatment plant rehabilitation. So right now we're passing just over 12 years of finishing up the phase 2 improvements to the water treatment plant. We are looking to do some improvements there. There's a number of mechanical equipment that we need to have replaced on a larger scale than just what our normal operation maintenance can take care of over the course of the year. So we're looking to side with a consultant to assist us with some of the components, to swapping those out. Also looking to do some disconnect between the old pumping station and the new water treatment plant. There's still some cross connections in there we need to remove, along with some process equipment improvements as well within the water treatment plant. So this article would assist us with pulling together an evaluation to come up with a comprehensive program to make these improvements to the water treatment plant.
Any board questions? Any public questions? All set?
Article 21, Folly Hill Storage and Danvers State Hospital sites. So we're required every 5 years to do an evaluation of our water storage tanks. The last one that came through in 2020, they denoted some repairs that are needed at the Folly Hill tank, as far as some spalling repairs, concrete repairs, and then also some hatch replacement at the state hospital tank. So this warrant article is requesting the $103,500 to do the concrete repairs at the Folly Hill storage tank, and also do the repairs to the hatches at the state hospital reservoir as well.
Board questions? Public questions? All set, thank you.
Lastly, the Emerson Brook Reservoir Dam repairs. So again, as part of the Office of Dam Safety, Emerson Brook was evaluated in 2018. by our consultant. They recommended a few minor adjustments and changes we can make and improvements to the dam. We made those improvements. There are now some bigger, larger scale things that we want to relook at, reevaluate within the past years with the amount of rainfall and potential damage that has occurred to concrete. So we want to evaluate concrete soundness, make sure it's structurally secure, also make sure our gate valves are working within the area, and make sure we do a thorough evaluation to potentially come up with another program to make any necessary repairs to the dam that are required.
Board questions? Public questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Article 23 is our annual buildings improvement article, and invite DPW Director David Lane up to walk through this list.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Bartha. We, on the buildings improvement, the board, I believe, has we have to go back to the book tonight, and I can run through the articles on the building improvements proposed for this fiscal year quickly. Looks like we're starting on page 14. The items listed under the elementary, middle school, and high school. Over at Great Oak, we have carpeting from the renovation project that is now past its useful life. In typical fashion, we'll replace that with vinyl tile. There's 4 classrooms at $30,000. At Great Oak, we also have an exterior concrete stairs that we need to repair the concrete on those. There's a cost of $8,000 associated with that. We have water fountain replacements throughout our elementary schools that have been chosen. Talk to the recreation department and school department about what type to use. And these are water-saving devices. They're also, you can fill a bottle at. So that would be $18,000 to be funded through the WUMP program. Over at Holton Richmond, we have some work to do on the historic front facade, mostly the Richmond building, the stairs in front of the Richmond building. We need to do some concrete work on those and repair the decorative historic round windows you see on either side of the staircase on the front of the Richmond building. $15,000 for that work at Holton Richmond. We do have the usual article of classroom modifications of $25,000 for unexpected things that come up in our school. We work with the school department to prioritize and expend those funds. Over at Endicott Park, we are now calling it the Visitor Center building, which I used to call a carriage house, but it's been expanded. We have one of the original very old foundation sills that is rotted and needs to be replaced. That would be $8,500. In the office area, that has various heating sources. We have some propane, some oil, some electric, doing the hot water or doing the heating the water and doing the heat. We're proposing to have this offices be a trial for our new heat pump and energy efficiency program. So it's $40,000 to take out all those fossil fuel devices. We'll put in new energy efficient devices in accordance with our electric efficiency program. It's $40,000 and we'll pay for it through that energy efficiency program. Really looking at this as a trial project that we can then use to show our residents things that they can do with their offices and spaces. At the visitor center, we still need to keep the chimney. It's historic significance, so we want to get the chimney repointed in good condition, even though we won't really need the chimney for those boilers and furnaces anymore. But we're going to keep the chimney on the building.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
if I
please.
may. That was going to be my question. If you're going electric, why do you need the chimneys? In my house, I've already eliminated one chimney, and I thought it was historic too.
So, yeah, so we can have another, I plan to have another discussion on the historical significance of that. It's been reported to me so far that it's important to keep it, but we'll have that discussion again.
And why is it important, I guess? Is it anything to do with the structural integrity of the building or just the chimneys?
It's been reported to me it was the look of the chimneys on the building.
The look of the...
Yep.
So we're gonna save money going electric, but then we'll use money to fix up chimneys that we're not gonna use.
If
Okay.
absolutely necessary. We'll definitely look at that, see what we have to do with that.
Okay.
Other questions before we go on the items that have already been presented? Other questions, yes?
Just on the Great Oak front stairs to the auditorium, are we just repairing those, those things have been falling apart since my kids went there 15 years. We patching still, or seems like every year we seem to patch those stairs. So
Right.
I don't know if it's cost effective just to jackhammer them out and replace them. I don't know, so that's all.
We have been patching those stairs through our maintenance budget. Now we're gonna tear them apart and do it the right way. We've also changed to make sure we're not using road salt around those stairs. I think a number of years ago, some road salt was used. That really got into the concrete there, caused some problems. So now, the buildings division is very good about using the other chemicals at all our schools now that don't affect the concrete so much.
Okay.
But this is a major repair, so we don't have to patch it every year.
They've been like that for 15 years.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Continuing on with fire stations.
For the fire station over at Engine 2, so we have our fire crew that live there 24 hours a day. We went inside, did an evaluation of all the living spaces, and there's a number of improvements that we need to do, so this came right up on the priority list. The first thing is to get the interior quarters painted, so it looks nice, it's clean. We also are heading towards a kitchen renovation, probably next year or the year after, that's coming. We're working on that right now. But the first phase will be painting that. Over at Central Fire, we've looked at the lighting inside there and can make a great improvement on the lighting. Replace it with LED lighting, be more efficient and better light for the area, and we can do it through our electric energy efficiency program for $21,642. Over at the library, we need to replace the fire alarm control panel and a number of fire alarm devices all through the building that are at the end of their life. They all have a date on them where the devices expire. We need to go around and replace them. And we're working closely with the fire department on this. It's not inexpensive. By the time we add up all the devices and the panel, it's $32,270.
And I'm assuming this is unrelated to the archives, the fire suppression system.
That's correct. It will tie together with that to give one signal back to the fire department, but it's separate from that special system.
Thank you.
At the library also, we're proposed to do on the second floor to do energy efficient lighting on the second floor of the library. I think this will be a very nice project to get good looking and energy efficient lights up there, which can be funded through the electric division's energy efficiency program for $16,000. Over at the senior center, we need to do some additional heating in the director's office in the front of the building. It hasn't really been right since the building was built, and we've tried a number of options, but we need to put another zone of heat out there for the library directors to give adequately controlled space. It's a cost of $8,000, which is why we haven't done it sooner, but this is the right way to do it, and to give, it'll be efficient, ties off the heat that's there, and we won't have to use portable items and everything else we've tried to get adequate heat out there.
Yep, please, Dan.
How will this unit be heat fueled?
Yeah, it'll run off the gas that the main
So
boiler
you
runs
just
on.
another zone off the
Yeah, there'll be a
gas?
zone off that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
As we go through these punch list items, please feel free to jump in if you have a question about a specific item. Otherwise, I'm just going to let Dave keep plowing on through. That includes the public wave. Make noise, so I know. Okay?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Continue with the senior center. We've painted the gable ends. We need to get the rear that faces the soccer fields, get that facade of the building. There's also wood trim fascia boards that will require replacing as we do this, typical of the year of the building. $25,000 for painting and trim replacement. Then our big one, the Rotary Pavilion. We've done the structural evaluation underneath the Rotary Pavilion. So we need to put in the missing concrete pier, the steel beams to hold up the exterior walkway, and we need to replace the joist hangers underneath that structure, which hold up the deck. They're the ones that hold the joists on. We've gone out and got quotations on that work and come back. It's $90,000 worth of work just to do the work underneath. It's important to do it. We can get it opened up again. And then we've had discussions with the Rotary Club about working with them about the next phases, the railing and the roof and fascia board replacement up top to get it in top condition.
Can I ask about that?
Yes, please.
So I remember a few years ago, town meeting appropriated the $10,000. Was that used for the inspection? You opened it up and saw that the work was the required work was more comprehensive? Is that how we got to the 90,000?
Yeah, the $10,000 got us specifications that we could take out and get quotations.
Okay. And is this going to be, this work with the steel beams, is that going to affect what we can visually see, the rotunda and the portico? Or does that all have to be taken down?
No, we'll be able to leave the columns and the roof up. The decking will likely have to come up and then go back down again.
All right.
And then once we're done, you won't see any of the work that we've done.
Sounds like it was, the design of it maybe had some some failings to it initially, or is it just the time, the number of years that it's been there?
Mostly construction methods, a few
Yeah.
things that were left off the design and not done according to design. And
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. We look forward to having it all completed. Thank you.
The next item is on the front side of Town Hall. We need $15,000 to scrape and do the painting. That we're going to have to continue to do that on the wood sections of this building. The hardy plank is holding up great, but the old wood parts are peeling.
Sorry. Just on that, did we looked into any kind of like long time, I know paint doesn't last long, any kind of long-term, like lifetime exteriors type of something that might be a little bit more expensive now, but it will last?
I'm not going to
years
get
down the
between
road?
you and Richard Trask if you suggest vinyl.
No vinyl, no vinyl, there's no, lifetime exterior, not vinyl, it's, long-term base paint products that better than paint but last longer.
So I think Mr. Bradley may have heard the answer before, but
Okay.
when we did the exterior renovation of this building, we sat down and did a negotiation with Mr. Trask and others to come up with how much of the historic significance of this building should we save. And the parts of the building that were built in the 50s, such as this facade right here, that has hardy plank, replaced brand new windows in it. The front of the building in the center is the historic first part of the building that was made. So at the time, we made the decision, and it was negotiation with the historic preservation group to leave the wooden planks, restore them, restore the old wooden windows so that Mr. Bartha has wind that goes through his windows at time. But that was it. So that front facade in the middle, you'll see it's all wood, and it was intended to stay as wood, and we would have to absorb these costs as we go along.
I agree with the wood, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is there anything stronger than just regular scrape paint that you buy?
So far, we're using the best paint we can, has been recommended, keep up with it.
Yeah, paint just don't last.
Yeah, just keep up so it doesn't become a bigger job than what it is. The next one is unique, is the replacement or addition to this building of an electronic door lock system. We have a fob system at many of our other buildings in town and in the schools. Update this building with a fob system. They were really pretty kind of state-of-the-art for a municipal building back when we did this renovation. But now we've gotten a price for a company to come down and retrofit our doors. We'll be able to, on a computer, adjust someone's fob. For hours they can access the building. If someone leaves, we can turn their fob off, et cetera, and provide good security. The key system is cumbersome to maintain, and of course, chasing keys around, we can all imagine what that's like.
I'd like a fob that lets me in to watch Sunday football on that big screen.
Yeah. We have to get it through Colby, but it's...
Is this a need or a want?
I'd say it's a want, but it's good business. It provides a lot more security to this building. And we are going to, I don't have a number tonight for you, sir, but it is going to save us money on maintenance of locks and keys. because we have a 6-level key security system, so we have certain keys that get you in certain doors, and there's 6 levels of that. It takes a lot of maintenance money to spend a year. So we spend a couple $1,000s a year maintaining the keys already and locks.
So this
because
will
locks
save
break.
some money?
It will save some money,
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
The last item on this list on buildings is the building modification, where we work with the town manager to prioritize any unexpected building changes that have to come up through the year, and use this fund for that.
So that's the that's the punch list for Article 23. Are there any questions that didn't come out during that? From the board, from the public? All right, let's move to the next article.
Jared, could I just ask?
Oh, I'm sorry, David.
Thank you. David, how many doors for $20,000?
So it's 8, I believe it's 8 historic doors. However, what has to happen, we have to drill the side of the door and the drill to run wires. We have to get power and cables. So there's a lot of effort into getting it to each of those exterior doors. That's why the price is so high. It's the other reason why we haven't done it sooner. We've been asked a while ago to do it. Because we have to get in and drill them out, it's expensive.
Any other questions on the board or the public? Great. Moving on.
On the grounds improvement article, the first item on the bottom of page 16 would be the Tapley Park infield renovations. So this is the typical process we do when we need to just more than maintain the infield. We'll tear it up, dig the clay back under the edge. We get the lip at the side that becomes a tripping hazard. Strip regrade it, laser grade it, new clay and new sod. And we are working with the Little Leagues down there who will make a contribution on top of this $18,000 so that we can do the work appropriately. At the top of page 17, the John George Playground replacement. This was a 1997 playground that we did some repairs on a couple times. We also put a new surface in. This is the one that had the surface squares at first. There was some issues with those. Those were torn up, and a poured-in-place surface was put there. It's a really good surface, and our ground superintendent and the recreation director have worked with these manufacturers, and we can install a new playground and only cut the areas of that new surface where it's needed for a foundation, where it's a post, and we'll be able to fill in liquid. So we'll be able to use the majority of the surface that's there. Saves a lot of money. So we need, and then the whole cost of the playground is the $195. So we have a grant for $150, and then $45.5 for the playground structure using the majority of the surface that's there.
Good, no, if I may. The existing structure is 24 years old.
Yep.
And you're gonna put one in with a life expectancy of 15 years. That's a big gap, that's a big difference.
So the 15 years is right out of the catalog in true Danvers fashion. We'll work to get 24 years out of that one too. So that's what we've had to replace parts and pieces to this one. But when this one, the one that's there was bought, if you looked at the catalog, it would say, oh, 15-year lifespan. However, we've done renovations on it to make it last this long.
Thank you.
The next one is at the ball fields. We have a number of ball fields where we need to do work on the backstops. We'd rather not replace the backstops, but just fix the bottom where it's curled up. And the different fields, you'll see people have lumber and rocks, everything else at the bottom to keep the balls from going underneath. We need to do new fabric fencing and a metal rail across the bottom, and also replace the net at Burley Field that is the high net on the wooden poles to provide some protection for the playground there. Yeah, I'm pausing as
No,
I'm going to be the
just
one
keep-
to do the
keep
gaga.
rolling.
But it was.
I've asked everybody to chime in if they have questions.
Can I
Otherwise, keep
can I ask you a
plowing through.
question?
Sure.
On, I know we're on the ball field, but on Burley Street, kind of back up, I know we did the park replacement at John George Park. Is there any way, Dave, that we can get some swings maybe at the Burley Street Park? You know, because I see the tennis, you're going to go down further, it's going to be replacing the tennis wrap, you know, on the tennis courts. Do you think we could get some swings? There was residents that were asking about some swings. You know, there's no swings down there. There's a nice play structure at the high school, the Burley Street
Sure.
playground. Wonder if they could just put some swings.
Sure, I'll ask David and Travis, our park supervisor, see, yeah, why didn't they put those in, or what wasn't the
Great.
need when we did
Yeah,
that
that'd be
playground?
great.
Is there room?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. The Gaga Pit, apparently the latest, you know, now we've done pickleball and we're moving into Gaga pits. Apparently we have one of these now.
Well, David, just so, I think years ago, my first town meeting, there was a question about what exactly a Chromebook was in the schools.
Okay.
We had a discussion about disc golf and whether to use clubs for the disc golf course. I'm just going to read the definition online of a Gaga pit for anybody who's curious. It's a form of dodgeball that originated in Israel in the 1970s and has become a wildly popular summer camp game. You build an octagon, and the kids or the adults, if adults want to play, start inside the pit.
Yep.
And either using their feet or their hands and a ball, they eliminate each other one at a time in the Gaga pit. So.
Cool.
The PAC's going to kick in $1,500, and hopefully town meeting can kick in $1,500, and we get a $3,000 Gaga pit, which is the one that we have. Apparently, the students really enjoy it. Outside, yeah. Yep. Yeah, they've looked and they have a location picked out for it.
If you're so inclined, you can ride, if you take the rail trail north all the way through Topsfield, it passes by a school, and there's a playground right there, and there's a Gaga pit within sight of the rail trail there. So
Behind
I've never
Parker
seen
School. Basketball system, so our basketball hoops around town at the playgrounds, we've painted the rims and we put new nets on them, but they all were evaluated, and it's time to replace a number of them. So Great Oak, Riverside, Highland School, Tapley, they're not inexpensive. It's $6,100 per court, but we'd like to do those four at $24,400, and that will be a whole new backboard. They've looked at different backboards available and have evaluated for the one that fits the type of use at each site. So there's a couple that are better than the others, but on average, the whole thing is $6,100 for four of them, and then times four.
Oh, please, Mr. Bradstreet.
When it comes to hoop, they're normally steel and painted, and they tend to rust out after a while. Is there another substance like stainless or fiberglass or something that might last a little longer? I'm just trying to save a couple of dollars so you can spend it someplace else.
So what we're able to get, they're still steel rims, but they're powder coated. So it's a paint that's electrostatically attached to the metal. So we won't have to paint them for a long time. So they'll come in. The ones we have up there are very old. And the paint was good for probably the first 7 or 8 years, and now we've had to paint them every year. But that powder coating that comes on is a good durable surface. And it's economical to get. Rail trail maintenance and surfacing. This is the $8,000 annual appropriation that then we work with the Rail Trail Committee on what is the best place to spend that money to keep up the surface and maintenance of the rail trail. I will say, Steve probably updated you, but we do have the design of the drainage repairs through the issue west or east of Wenham Street, where it goes through the Rocky Gorge there, we call it. That design has been finished to fix up the drainage, get some new so we can keep that less muddy through there. So now we got the design done. Now we're looking at how we can do a joint rail trail funded versus DPW project to get that completed, get that work done. I just went off. But then, I went on. At the Danvers High School, so we had a new windscreen put in the screen when we did the tennis courts over. That screen is in disrepair. It's in need of replacement. They'd also would like a windscreen that has the logo on it. The school and recreation department have worked together on the logo of it. We have some pictures. But the windscreen has a total cost of $4,000. That fence right along Cabot Road. At the high school, so when we did the high school stadium project, we didn't do all the fencing. At the time, we talked about we would do the fencing piecemeal as we could afford it.
This is the next piece of fence that would go from the stadium up around the back of the practice football field over by the back baseball field. It would finally provide fencing all the way around the stadium, and there's a couple areas where the kids have walkways through. We're going to work with the school department, whether we should have some gates there or what we should have that they could close at certain events and open at other events. So we're going to work that through with the school and recreation departments on just what the design of that. But it'd be our normal black chain link fence that goes around the back of that field. Water bubblers, this is the continuation of our program to replace the water bubblers around town. And this would be the ones at the tennis courts. And we'd fund it through the WUMP program. These are the water efficient water bubblers. Down at Endicott.
Yeah, can I ask a question about the bubblers? So,
Sure.
So some of them have like little doggy bowls on the bottom that pet owners like. And then also the one at the Putnamville Playground, that used to be an old brick fixture, and it was replaced with kind of these round state-of-the-art ones.
Yep.
The old one had a spigot on it. There's a number of volunteers that water the plants there during the summer, and this new bubbler doesn't have a spigot on it, so people are forced to bring water in their vehicles. Is that something that maybe you could repurpose that bubbler and move it somewhere else and then maybe replace it with a spigot, or maybe retrofit the existing one with a spigot?
Let us take a look at Putnamville. There may be another way for me to put a hose bib there that the people that are authorized could use it.
Yeah,
that
that's what
not
we want,
everybody
yeah.
used,
Yeah,
so it wouldn't
exactly.
get left on, kind of, and it isn't there to try to save water because we lost a lot of water, but we do need to try to, how do you water the plants without that hose bib there?
Yeah, okay.
We'll
If you
take a
could
look.
take a look at that when you get a chance, we appreciate
The
it.
doggy bowl ones we have at the, I believe only place we have those is at the dog park, and they're constant maintenance down there.
Oh, okay.
So that's probably not something we want to try all
All
over
right.
town.
Just thinking about our friends, the doggies. that's all.
Absolutely. I lug my dog's water with me, right.
All right.
Bubblers. Oh, Endicott Park. So Endicott Park, this is a bunch of the wood rail fencing and a couple of the gates that need to be repaired. We have big timber gates at Endicott Park. They're really beautiful gates, part of the aesthetics that need to be replaced. So we've looked at the need this year at $15,000. And these are existing fences in very poor condition. And then on the Endicott Park roadway maintenance, we work with Endicott Park and the DPW and help with our budget a little bit for some gravel. We're actually going through that right now with them as far as seeing if we can help a little bit with the potholes that are over there. But we would like to get $8,000 worth of, or not $8,000, $4,000 worth of finished gravel, processed finished gravel, and bring in a grader that we don't own and lay out the grade of the parking lot. So it would be easier to maintain. It's something that if we do an enhanced program like this every few years, then we can keep it up during it. But it's good to bring in processed gravel and a grader every few years.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
So like Ingersoll Street, a lot of traffic going down to Glen Magna, and in the summer, there's like hundreds of divots everywhere.
Right.
So I was under the impression they had a grader there that they kind of smooth things out, but it sounds like they need to bring some special piece of equipment in.
Yeah, so they have the small grader that goes on the back of the tractor, and that's
Right.
great to maintain it, like we can do with our front end loaders and maintain it. But right now, everything is so out of shape and there's so many holes, we need to bring in a large tandem axle motor grader that can really set the grade up for
All
us.
right, that's great.
Get the water to run off the sides.
All right, thanks.
The harbor master's done an evaluation of the docks and finger floats, and there's 4 walkways and 6 finger floats, which are in very poor condition. It's time, they've replaced boards and floats underneath them, it's time to just replace these. So this has been a continuing program. It's not inexpensive, it was a quotation's $45,000 to do those 4 walkways and 6 finger floats.
So is there any questions on any of the articles under 24? Didn't get covered. Anything from the public? At this point, we've been at it a little more than 3 hours. I think we should take a 5-minute comfort break. And then when we come back, we have approximately 13 left, and which is a third of the ones that we've heard so far. And we should consider whether we're going to continue on this evening or go to Thursday night, which we had already scheduled, I believe, as a alternate evening. And I'll let you decide, we can decide that after a comfort break.
Well,
So-
if we decide to continue, why do
Well,
we need
we're
the
doing
comfort
that?
break? I
Okay.
mean, that's-
You're right.
I can't make Thursday night.
You can't make Thursday night.
Much of what's left is pretty routine stuff. I think we could probably.
All right, then,
Can I ask, so this citizens petition, they're not here, so we're just gonna kind of move forward and they can talk about it with the finance committee?
right, our responsibility with the citizens petition is to move it forward. We have to move it forward. It's whether we send it forward with a with a favorable or unfavorable or neutral position.
Okay.
But it will move forward.
So what'd you decide?
I think, Maureen can't make it Thursday, we'll just plow through. All right, we will take a 5-minute break. We'll return at 9:20 by that clock.
back to us. We've lost.
You all set?
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt's not.
We'll knock on the door. It's a nice one. It's got a nice felt on it. All right, we'll return to the warrant articles, and I think we're on number 25?
26.
26.
Drainage liability, this is a vote required each year at town meeting to indemnify the state as it's doing its drainage improvements in the town. Going once, going twice. Article 27, the town received an earmark from the state in support of one of the board's strategic goals for the year, which was to develop a town-wide strategic plan. The earmark we received was for $150,000. The town issued an RFP a month ago. We had 4 responses to that RFP. We are in the process of setting up interviews with the 4 firms that have responded with interest in conducting the plan for the town as part of the Chapter 30B procurement process. Price proposals from the vendors are not opened until a preferred vendor is identified. So we have a placeholder here to carry through to town meeting for a supplemental appropriation of $50,000 in the event that the price proposal for the preferred vendor exceeds the state earmark. So there's a chance we won't need to use this, but until we've completed the procurement process and have a vendor on board, we won't know what the firm number is. Obviously, in the event that the price comes in below 150, this money would just go back, put this back into free cash the following year.
Board questions? Public questions? Thank you.
Article 28, similar to fiber, this is kind of a good news story. Several years ago, we started pre-funding for the replacement of the Harbor Master vessel. The existing vessel was from the mid-1980s. At the time, we estimated that a new vessel motored would be around $300,000. Our Harbor Master, Chris Sanborn, was quite literally scouring the entire country looking for a vessel that might meet our needs, and was able to secure a Coast Guard vessel from the mid-Atlantic that was shipped up here, outfitted for far less than the $300,000. I think we had appropriated $100,000 toward that project. He ended up obtaining the vessel for the 100, but there was, when we transferred over some of the equipment and some of the fit-up costs, it exceeded that. He was able to cover that through the waterway fund. When we surplused the old boat, we received a high bid of $26,850. That money made its way into free cash. And so the request here is to appropriate the proceeds from that sale out of free cash and back into the Waterway Improvement Fund, which had to cover the cost. So the boats that's down there now will meet the needs of the division for years to come. And it was obtained for probably half of what it would have cost to buy new. So,
Great. Board questions? Public questions? Thank you.
Article 29, this is a creature of the Municipal Modernization Act that was passed a few years ago. Lease purchases are required to go through town meeting. And so we have Article 29 is for the ongoing replacement cycle of the Chromebooks that are used in the one-to-one device protocol in schools.
Board questions on this? Public questions on this? Thank you.
So 30 and 31, one of them looks very routine, one of them is brand new. This is another byproduct of the Municipal Modernization Act. Each year, the Danvers annual town meeting reestablishes the revolving fund accounts through the warrant process. And on the advice of town council, we need to codify our revolving accounts in the bylaw, and then simply approve the spending limits each year through the warrant process. So there are 2 articles in the warrant this year. The first, the table would codify the existing revolving accounts with the description, the source of revenue, and the individual who's authorized to expend from the fund. You'll see that on page 20. And then 31 is the article that we're used to seeing, which is the annual establishment of the revolving fund. So 2 votes this year. Next year, it'll be back to 1.
Questions on these articles? Public? What's that?
Articles 32 and 33 are related to the discussion at the beginning of the night. We have a recommendation in the special town meeting to appropriate $600,000 from free cash to the school budget to cover the out-of-district special ed costs this year. Article 32 would establish a new stabilization fund, and the purpose of that fund would be to cover the unanticipated costs associated with these out-of-district placements. I had mentioned earlier the way that this fund would work. The school committee would essentially be making a recommendation to the select board to spend those funds, so would not require town meeting. Town meeting establishes the the stabilization fund, but the mechanism, and town meeting would appropriate funds into the stabilization fund, but the authority to draw down would start with the school committee and then make its way to the select board, so that when we face these mid-year placements, we would have a source to go to other than circuit breaker to offset those costs. So the 2 articles here work together. The first would be to establish that fund. The second would be to put an appropriation of $150,000 into that fund. And this fund would run parallel to circuit breaker, so you wouldn't commingle the circuit breaker fund. So the reimbursements would still be received from the state and controlled by the schools. But in a year like this, where the new costs far outstrip the existing state circuit breaker funds, the school committee and select board would have a mechanism to use other than having to go to free cash. For example, in a year where you don't have the free cash, this would give the ability to have set aside to be able to cover those costs. And this wouldn't necessarily be an every year appropriation, but the first couple of years we'd probably appropriate or recommend appropriation into it, and then it would be there as needed for when we hit one of those years when we see a spike.
Board questions on 33 and 34? Should this be in the table on 30?
Nope, this is a stabilization fund, not a revolving account.
Thank you.
So that was 32 and 33.
32 and 33.
I'm sorry, 32 and 30. Thank you. Number 34?
34 is general stabilization. We've been making an effort, actually over the last probably 5 or 6 years, to build the general stabilization fund as the primary emergency or rainy day fund for the town, rather than the free cash each year. So based on the strong certification this year for free cash, the recommendation is to add $500,000 to our general stabilization, bringing the total to $4.61 million. Just for context, the town's unassigned fund balance policy states that we want to have 8 to 12% each year in unassigned fund balance. 8% this year would be around $8.7 million. So we're more than halfway toward our goal. With this, we would be the general stabilization fund would represent around 52 or 53% of our stated policy. The goal long-term, when we started down this path 4 or 5 years ago, was if we're able to build the general stabilization fund to an amount equal to the minimum policy, each year we would simply have to adjust the general stabilization by the same percent that the budget's going up. And longer term, the benefit of that is
To the 7 million, you mean?
to the 4.6 million.
Oh, 4.6, oh.
Yeah. And this, of course, takes pressure off of the free cash number each year, which long-term gives the town more flexibility in how it budgets for its local receipts, et cetera. So, again, this has been 5 or 6 years in the process, but we're more than halfway toward the unassigned fund balance goal here. Article 35, debt stabilization. Again, we had a strong free cash certification this year, which allows us to put $2.25 million back into the debt stabilization fund. I think we're drawing down about 1.8 this year as planned as part of our peak debt payments. So we're growing the fund again, which is good. People will recall during the budget process this fund tends to look like a roller coaster over time. You build it up, you spend it down. And so, of course, right now we're looking at gearing up for the Public Works facility project. So we're making little headway this year, and certainly this is an article as the landfill project starts to gain steam and we've paid off the short-term borrowing. we may have an opportunity to use some of those proceeds to build this even further for that project. And the last of the stabilization funds, the OPEB Trust Fund. This year, we're recommending $250,000 in free cash. That number would have been 500, but as we discussed in March, we were able to budget $250,000 in the operating budget this year, which is another one of our stated goals, to put OPEB and eventually capital outlay into the tax levy to take the pressure off of the free cash each year. So this year, we're funding OPEB 50% from free cash and 50% from tax levy as part of our funding plan.
Yes, please.
When will that OPEB trust fund paid up?
Fully funded?
Never. I joke, we talk about this each year,
The question was, at what point will the OPEB trust fund be fully funded?
So our retirement, our pension system, we have, I'm gonna use round numbers here. We're about 60% funded in our pension system. It's a little over $100 million liability, and we should be fully funded in 2035 or 2036, depending on decision. So, and it's north of a $7 million expense each year to pay that liability. Eventually, the plan will be to redirect the liability expenses associated with pension toward the OPEB, which will start to accelerate the funding of that. The challenge with OPEB, unlike pension, is pension is a defined benefit. You know what you can, it's very easy to calculate that. OPEB is trying to calculate the future cost of healthcare, which is almost impossible to do. So we use an actuary every 2 years who values our liability, and that is the number that we sort of work toward. But right now, what the auditors, what the rating agencies want to see is that you've established a plan and stick to that plan to grow that fund. And so we're fully compliant with the expectations in that regard. And this is a slide from the budget process, but we thought it was helpful to include it just as a reminder tonight. You know, we are looking at these key reserves each year as we start to put together the budget and make recommendations. So the OPEB trust is certainly growing. I think 7 years ago, when it was set up as a stabilization fund and not a trust, we were less than $5 million, maybe $4 million in that account. So between the funding plan and now that the funds are invested, we're starting to see it grow more quickly. And you know, some of these reserves are critical key pieces of some of the financial policies that the board adopted in 2019. So fully compliant, but this is kind of the dashboard that we look at when we're putting these things together.
Any questions? All right.
And the last article tonight is a citizen's petition. A resident filed in a timely fashion with a minimum of 10 valid signatures. The same draft of the recall provision that the board reviewed and voted 4-1 to table indefinitely. And as was mentioned a little while ago, the citizens petition will go to the floor of town meeting for debate. Historically, the select board just sends it on with a favorable, unfavorable, or no recommendation. And then the finance committee will establish the main motion on the petition for town meeting as part of their review. So citizens petitions are as presented. There is no amendment. There is no modification as part of the review process.
The language that was presented was actually the exact draft that we looked at. There had been an attempt to modify it. It was reviewed by town council, and the modifications were determined not to be appropriate. I don't want to say appropriate. They would probably not have stood legal muster. They would have been unenforceable, so they reverted back to the exact draft that we had considered previously. So, that being the end of this, is there any particular articles people want to carve off for individual votes?
Let's pull 37 out,
Okay.
and I would make a motion to pass all the other articles forwards with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Motion made
Second.
and seconded.
Yep.
Any other questions on the motion? That's every article except for 37 at this time, favorably. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Just as a
So
point of
37,
reference,
we're saying not.
with the note that on 38 it was a 401, so it's,
Correct.
yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
For the record, I just wanted to restate that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Oh, if I make a motion on 37, I don't know if there's any conversation, or do you want a motion?
Well, take a motion, and then we'll have a conversation.
All right, I'll make a motion that we pass the citizens petition on without a recommendation.
Motion made for no recommendation
Second.
and seconded. Discussion on the motion. You made the motion. Do you want to start?
No, I think we had discussed it before, where it was a 4-1 vote against doing the recall. The citizen petition is going to move forwards, as it should, and I don't think we should make a recommendation on it and send it to FinCom.
Any other discussion on the motion? Yes, David?
Guy,
Yes, David?
I respect what Dan has said, but I also would prefer to send it along with a negative recommendation, because I don't think it's healthy for the town, so.
Second.
Well,
Same here.
so there's a motion made and seconded. If someone's going to make an amendment to the motion, that's fine.
But I'd be happy to change my motion to unfavorable.
Okay, so,
I would-
so does the person,
take it
whoever
out.
seconded it previously, I'm not sure who that was,
David?
David.
David, so the motion has been changed to send it forward with an unfavorable recommendation. Do you second that motion?
I do.
Do we even have to send it?
Yes,
We do.
we have to send it.
We have to send
We
it,
have to
okay.
send it with one
All
of
right.
3 options. We cannot stop this.
Because
And-
it was the citizens petition.
Because it's a citizen's petition. And I will say that I disagree. I think that we have no recourse if some horrific case comes up where we think that where we think the citizen should have the right to remove a person for reasons that are pretty egregious. The thresholds here are pretty high. It's not a political weapon at this point to say, I didn't like what they did. As a matter of fact, language in here says you can't remove them for doing their job as an elected official, for the way they vote. But I know I'm going to lose a vote, and I can count 2. So the I would vote favorably for this if it were up to me, but I'm not going to be able to. So the motion is made to pass this on with an unfavorable recommendation. All those in favor of the motion to send it forward unfavorably?
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? 1, me. Aye, me, whatever. That concludes the warrant review, and now we'll be turning it over to FinCom for their efforts. So, back to our agenda, where the town manager will report to the board on various items of interest.
I'm going to keep it very brief, given the hour, and I want to give the town clerk an opportunity to discuss the interest in the open registrar position, but just 2 things very briefly. First, I wanted to see, actually, one thing. We have the Finance Committee schedule, and the budget review with the Finance Committee starts on April 11th. So the dates that the Finance Committee has identified for their meeting schedule is Monday, April 11th, for the budget overview and the general government budgets. Tuesday, April 12th, will be land use, school, and library. Thursday, April 14th, will be public works, and a review of ARPA and capital. And public safety is also on Monday, the 11th. I apologize, I didn't mention that. So the budget review will start on April 11th, be continued on April 12th, and be completed on April 14th. And then the warrant review will be on April 25th, and if necessary, on the 28th. The 25th is a Monday, the 28th is a Thursday.
I would be happy to take 425, the warrant articles, unless someone else wants to.
Well, I looked at my schedule, as I asked if I could.
Yep.
I'm out of town the 11th. I'm tied up the 12th, the 14th is Preservation Commission. We have a big
You'd like
docket.
4.5?
So the 25th was available for me. Is
And
that all right?
Dan, you're the man.
Thank you.
Okay. Other people who would like to participate?
Can I email you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can be available.
I'm sure I can be available, I just gotta double check.
Okay, I'll wait for some emails and we'll get some dates.
In fact, I can have Ann send an email to the full board tomorrow.
That'd be good.
And then we can respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
Will those dates be published in the event calendar
They are
on our
now.
website?
They
Or
are
they are
now.
they now?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, then.
The only other item I, just briefly, I want to note, one of the letters you received as correspondence tonight was a copy of a letter that was sent to DCAM. David Lane and Maureen has participated in this. In looking at available sites for a potential public works facility, there is a state-owned property over at the foot of the state hospital. It is adjacent to a piece of property the town already owns with access out onto Maple Street. It would be conducive to the entire operation, depending on what the state transferred. It's a property that the state wants to dispose of. And very importantly, they plan to do the demolition and cleanup of the existing smokestack and power plant that is on the site. So sending this letter was the very first step. We will be engaging with the senator and the representative to make sure that they're aware of the interest and help us support that. But because municipalities are carved out in the disposition process, we would be able to work directly with DCAM and not necessarily have to go through a bidding process for the property, which can be very beneficial, so.
And note it's 23 acres plus.
A lot of it is wet, but it is a
Is it?
sizable parcel that would, there are some farming leases on portions of it, but I think step one is to express the interest and then see where we go from there, but that would be a very beneficial if we were able to pull that off. And I think I would turn over to the town clerk to update the board on the registrar process and get some feedback from the board on how we want to proceed.
Thank you. I provided the board with 4 applicants received for the potential appointment to the Registrar of Voters. My recommendation would be to invite some or all 4 to attend the next Select Board meeting on the 19th for introductions prior to your selection.
Is the board amenable to that recommendation?
A question through you, Mr. Chairman, to the clerk. Do these folks all know they've submitted these applications?
Yes, I've had conversations with all of them, all 4 of them.
Okay, thank you.
And then how would the selection process actually work with 4 people that you know that
Well, it's not
You-
so much you know them, it's, they're all coming from the same group, obviously.
Right. These are all members of the Democratic
Right,
Party.
and offices.
that's,
I mean,
We'll have to make our own recommendations, and Frank, one of these people is a family member, but where I don't have a fiduciary interest in this, I will be voting. We'll just have to evaluate them as we would any other board appointment.
would we put the names into a hat, or does that?
No, we'll have a discussion and we'll vote.
not that easy, man.
But if I know 3 of them and I don't want to offend any of them,
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's your problem.
That's the
Not-
issue.
You live in a small town and you probably know all of them.
Yeah, you're gonna lose on this one, David. We all are.
So I can reach out to all 4? Is that what we want to do?
Yeah, I would think
Yeah,
so.
as long as the board's amenable to that, yes, please invite them all 4 to the next select board
Okay.
meeting.
On the 19th. I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some just won't show up.
Maybe they could
That makes it easy.
get them to arm wrestle.
All right, is there any other discussion of the town manager's new business or the report we just got? All right, then I'll accept, just a clarification before we accept the consent calendar. On the consent calendar, under entertainment, this is the Action Bulk Distribution, Inc., looking for codas. They're looking for 15 coin operating, 15 codas. This is an arcade inside the mall. Just to let you know, the town clerk asked me to make sure you had that clarity when you voted for the consent calendar.
this a new business or the existing arcade?
No, it's a renewal.
It's a renewal, okay.
Right. Yep.
And how many quotas did they have before?
It's been 15. This is
So
just a
there's no
renewal. It was
change.
just omitted. It's not a change.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll entertain, with that,
Motion to accept the consent calendar.
motion made to accept the consent calendar
Second.
and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We'll now move to correspondence, select board, new business, previous new public business updates, and select board closing comments. Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Human Rights and Inclusion Committee has been very active, involved with the locker room incident and fallout from that, and also in preparation for Juneteenth celebration in Danvers, and also 2 celebrations in connection with Gay Pride Month, the month of June. There's a flag raising coming up in front of the town hall, which we have done now, I think, for I think this will be the 10th anniversary of that. And there is also going to be another event down at the lawn of the library. The dates, of course, are on the website, and also the periodic newsletter of the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee was published this week. It's an absolutely magnificent piece of work. I think that Eileen, I don't know her married name, it was Eileen Page, is the, I don't know who pays her, whether she's an employee of the town, Steve?
She receives a stipend for supporting the committee. but-
She is massively helpful and has that very, very committed group of busy citizens, well-organized, that's talk about herding well-intentioned cats. They are great people, but they're all swamped with all kinds of, public commitments, and so that's coming along beautifully. I asked to have copies of the periodic newsletter here to give to the board tonight. I'm told that everybody got an email with it attached, and I just wish we had a larger one to hold up for the television audience so that they know.
Here you go.
Do you have it, Garrett?
Yep. I printed it out.
So that people know that it's just a magnificent piece of work, and there is a meeting, there are, beautiful, it's lovely, it's wonderful. And there are,
It's huge, too.
yeah, and so much effort goes into that, and, yeah, so there were wonderful things happening in Danvers, and the...
24 pages.
I'm sorry?
24 pages.
Yeah. So we have been really, people feel a lot of shame with respect to the, I don't want to say the hockey room, the hockey locker room incident, but the excessive publication of the titillating words and phrases of that incident, which I think is overly dramatizing just what happened, although it was awful. It's awful happening everywhere, including the United States Senate. So kudos to that committee. The Danvers Senior Center is getting back up into full swing. Our monthly men's dinners are back on track. No woman has ever offered to buy a ticket, so I don't know what we're going to do, Bill, if it's a men's dinner. That's really not terribly politic these days. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Great meeting.
Select Board Member Duggan?
Yeah, thank you. So at the beginning of the meeting, there was some discussion about the flagpole, so I think you've covered that. But I had a question about the pop-up park. Are we going to set that up again this spring and summer?
We discussed it at the staff level, and the strong recommendation from staff was to focus the energy on getting the summer concert series back up and running after a hiatus, and to pause the pop-up park. They would like to try it again, but they want to get things back to normal before they do that. So rather than attempting it this summer, it's most likely they'll be back in the fall or next winter to talk about some concepts and ideas for them.
And did they talk about a different location, right? Didn't that come, there was talks about right? when it if it comes
Yeah,
back and when.
I think that, yes, the short answer is yes. I mean,
Mhm.
the zoning for the downtown did identify that parcel as the area to experiment as for potential permanent park, but the idea was to try that there, but certainly I'll bring that back to staff.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to point out that there were at least 100 residents that contributed money to the matching grant. I think the residents contributed $8,000, and we received a match from the state. So those people might be disappointed if they feel as if they contributed to something that no longer exists. So
If I may interrupt, I donated. I'm not disappointed it's not coming back.
Well,
You can have my money.
you know, I think it was a combination of a couple of different things, including the supply chain. It would have been great to just, the pop-up park just popped up, but it kind of, it took a while to kind of, some components to arrive and to get established. So I know there was quite a few people that were, I don't know if disappointment is the right word, but I think it's worthwhile to try it again and to kind of support the businesses in that area and allow, bring people into the downtown. I think if we had added music or some type of live entertainment, it would have generated more interest. So it could have been like a mini oldies night where families could have come and hung out on a summer night. So I think it's worthwhile to you know, try it again. So, but the concert series is also very popular. So, the thing about COVID, do we test the wastewater from Danvers? Does the South Essex Sewer District do? I know Salem. I saw their website. They do testing. Does Danvers have their wastewater tested for COVID?
Well, that would be through SESD. It wouldn't make sense to test your freshwater supply, but like a lot of the reporting out of Boston during the pandemic was that the Boston Sewer District was testing the effluent in their sewage plant.
Yeah, they tested Deer Island. Yeah,
but,
that's what I'm talking about. Not talking about.
So I've not had any reporting made its way across my desk out of SCSD testing for that.
But, okay, but from a bigger picture, we are still tracking numbers and making sure that we're, you know, we're just, we haven't moved on, right?
Right.
So we're still vigilant.
The numbers are very low, but we're continuing to track them.
All right, that's important
Single digits
because
about 2 weeks ago.
it seems like there's an ebb and flow to this, and we don't want to let our guard down and get caught, you know, blindsided again. And then just one last thing, it really doesn't have anything to do with Danvers directly, but I went to a workshop at the Beverly City Hall last week. There's work to implement a Bass River overlay district. It's at the end of Bridge Street. It's the lumber yard, the bowling alley, the car wash. I think there's like around maybe 8 acres. And they're proposing, initially they were proposing 1,400 dwelling units. Probably most of them would be going, taking 62 to get out to the highway. So I think it's down to 1,000 now, but I think it just, it illustrates how growth should be implemented at a regional level and not at a town level, because we saw what happened with the Cummings Center and the contribution of traffic to 62 went to the 128 interchange. So I don't know if there's, I know the MPO from the Metropolitan Planning Organization, they kind of, I think they're more focused on transportation, right? Is the town involved with a regional effort for like residential development?
We've done, so the MAPC has a couple of subgroups. There's the North Shore Coalition, which is mayors and managers, and then there's the North Shore Task Force, which is mostly planners, city planners, town planners, land use directors. And housing has been a priority over the past number of years for both groups. MAPC has done some studies with us. We've done regional housing, a look at regional housing and transportation. The two are hand in hand. I'll talk to staff about the Bass River study. It's not on my radar, but if that's true, that would have a considerable impact on traffic coming
Yes.
to the highway from that direction.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you for indulging.
All right, I'm tired, but I'll try this. Let's see. Danvers Housing Authority, they still continue to give out masks to the residents. And they do have, Cindy Dunn does have some at-home kits, COVID test kits available if anybody wants them. Get in touch with Cindy Dunn at the Danvers Housing. The Rail Trail, Matt and I go with that. Thank you to Troop 16 Boy Scouts that did some cleanup at the Maple Street Church near the tree. They continue to clean up there. And I believe that there is going to be a spring cleanup day, April 23rd, which is Earth Day. And the Rail Trail is always looking for volunteers. What else? Thank you to all the fundraising that Larry Perot does, and Mark Jones is really good with web design. Puts a lot of stuff on the website for the Rail Trail to keep the residents informed. And I think last month when we had the meeting, I wanted to mention that condolences to that trooper Bucci that lost her, the Mass State Trooper that lost her life about a month ago. Very sad for her family and for the brothers and sister troopers. So I just wanted to recognize, you know, the loss of a great loss of a nice young girl that lost her life. And that's about it.
Thank you. I received the same correspondence you all did. I don't have any other comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Gardner. DTAC, the other day, there was a request from a resident off of Locust Street for sidewalks. And it's not the first time a request for sidewalks on Locust Street north of North Street has come forwards. And I was thinking afterwards, in the last few years, we put a lot of development, or allowed a lot of development, new streets, new houses. Could we have asked those developers for money to go towards sidewalks for Locust Street? Was the question that I would have. It's too late now. The other thing is, can we poll the neighbors and see, I know there's an interest in sidewalks, but would they be interested in paying a betterment tax over the next 20 years to fund a portion of the cost of sidewalks? That might help get sidewalks in that area.
Two very good questions. I can take that back to staff and have a discussion and report back.
I think the comment that I heard was that DPW was going to not solicit, but if there were people interested, they'd keep track of it. But I think maybe an outright survey, you want sidewalks, are you willing to pay for them?
The challenge with betterments, and we went through this on Alden Street off the square a couple years ago, is you need everybody to participate.
Right.
And in that case, the town was going to replace, I think there had been existing poured-in-place concrete sidewalks on Alden Street. The standing practice for years has been to replace with bituminous unless it's part of the core, like on Maple and High, et cetera. And in that case, 100% of the abutting neighbors were willing to pay the cost difference between bituminous and concrete, so the project was done.
Right. Well, I know in Gloucester, when they put in the sewer, they had it was a betterment tax, I think.
So there's
Went to all the homeowners.
You're describing a voluntary betterment tax.
Right,
There are
I
also
am.
mechanisms where you do the work and then send it gets assigned to the property whether people want it or not, but that has not been.
No, I just,
considered yet.
it keeps coming up occasionally
Sure.
from people, because to walk on Locust Street is treacherous at best. All right, that's all I had for an update, and if you see a veteran, please thank the veteran for their service. Thank you. Good night, Danvers.
You won. Good night, thank you. You won.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Oh,
No,
no,
I
it was just
didn't.
before.
Did I make somebody lose or win?
I think it was still 10 o'clock.
Kathy